figure out. Like, how were you that drunk in the airport just from drinking beer?
Yeah.
Or he's taking some kind of prescription drug that he didn't tell you.
No, I don't believe so, because he's a director of safety for a major company.
I don't mean anything.
Yeah. And project, or what is he? Loss prevention and safety or some crap like that. But either way.
Sounds like he lost a lot of stuff.
Man, when I got on that plane for Chicago, I'm like, I cannot wait to get out of this town. And I've never said that leaving Chicago.
Yeah.
No, Chicago's great. I know. When were you embarrassed for yourself or for someone else? 206-803-ROCK.
Meat and potatoes.
Head Chef coming up with the states with the best foods. That's coming up to you at 4:30. Oh, want to mention this. Here's a weird one for you, right? So I don't know how long ago this has been, probably 25 or 26 years ago, right? I was working in a radio station, and they wanted to do all of the air personalities as bobbleheads.
Yeah.
Because that was the big deal. And they gave them away, believe it or not, indoor soccer, Major League Indoor Soccer. Whatever.
And, you know, that gets people to go.
Right. They really wanted these bobbleheads. Jesus Christ. But either way, what they determined they were going to do is make every one of the staff members a member of a band. So if you got the entire set.
Okay.
Like they gave away one person's bobblehead per night. And then if you went there 5 nights, whatever.
What band were you in?
It was just we're all just playing different.
A band.
Right. Like,
okay.
You know, the midday guy was behind a drum kit. He doesn't play drums.
Sure.
They put a guitar in my hand. I did not play a guitar.
Just because everybody else is doing Stolen Valor doesn't make it right, Miles.
I understand that. This was their idea.
What about that Fender jacket?
This was Ed Hale's idea, not mine. But so.
Beaver, but like what? Her cousins get to live with this? I'm just
Sounds awful.
Tina coming over.
The younger siblings stay with their parents for up to 2 years, helping with infant care, food collection, and dam building. So it does kind of become a community. When they branch off, I
but
don't
they put
know.
them to work. I dig that.
Exactly.
Hey, if you're going to be under my roof,
They
you're going to help
live
me build
in
a dam.
different steps of the dam. So some will have a nest under like the first, and then the second ladder they build. Then there'll be more there.
Okay.
At least that's yeah. So you'll find like 2 or 3 different groups all living in the same cascading, dammed up area.
Huh.
They'll have different nests.
Gotcha. So who gets the really,
The
shoddy
penthouse, I don't know.
shoddy work?
I'm guessing
where-
mom and dad.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, the penthouse goes to mom and dad,
Yeah.
but like, which of the kids gets the ones like, if a really bad rain comes down, like, Miles is getting washed out.
From the text lines, it says Citizens Bank Park in Philly.
Citizens Bank Park has proved to be
Yep.
a huge upgrade over Veteran Stadium and brings a classic yet modern feel. The food is similar to Citi Field, and that it's really just a culinary tour of the city of Philadelphia, which they say is fantastic. Amenities are modern, but the focus is still on the baseball. It is a sensational place to watch baseball.
And actually, it's a good-looking park, man. We drove by it last summer when we were in Philly, and it really is a good-looking park. Did not see inside of it. I'm like, all right, Philly. And by the way, everything is an upgrade over Veterans Stadium. If they played in a toilet bowl, it is an upgrade over Veterans Stadium.
So, according to Garrett Carr Bro Bible, and he visited every stadium, these are the 10 Major League ballparks you need to visit. Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Petco Park in San Diego, Wrigley Field in Chicago, and Colorado Coors Field. Citi Field where the Mets play, PNC Park where the Pirates are at, Fenway, Citizens Bank Park in Philly, Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and finally Target Field where the Minnesota Twins play baseball.
We were at a house party once. The same thing. Cops showed up. Obviously, the kids shouldn't have been having the party. And there's like the old wooden fences that everybody had in their yards.
Yeah.
To kind of separate them. So people are trying to like scale it. We're just, I don't know why. We weren't really that scared. Maybe it's because we had just got there. Like, cops aren't going to mess with us. But one girl who was not smaller, she went to climb that fence and it fell over.
Oh, no.
And then we laughed at her and just walked over her.
Did it fall on her or did she fall
No,
on
she
it?
fell like flat down. She was like screaming. I think she was in pain. I knew her, but like the cops were coming and we just walked right by her.
Okay.
Pretty heartless.
Yeah. Speaking of golf courses, one of my friends lived in a development where.
Can you imagine?
I'm just picturing it.
Because we're already laughing. Like, I can't believe she's trying to scale that fence. Bam! It falls over. So then we're like, let's just go that way.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. I don't
She
wanna
cleared
say-
the path.
We like stepped over her, but it was pretty close.
Yeah.
I remember one thing. This sucked, man. I'm literally 2 blocks away from home. My curfew got bumped up to 10 p.m. Now, it's the summer, hanging out with a bunch of guys. They're in my friend's parents' kitchen. There's like 8 of us, whatever. And I look at the clock, and the clock says 9:45. I live maybe 2 minutes away, so I'm like, cool. Then I realize time has slipped by. I'm like, oh, crap. And this is pre-cell phone and all that. I wasn't wearing a watch. And I look at the clock again. It still says 9:45. And I realize, oh, no. I literally have no idea what time it is because obviously the battery and that clock has stopped working. So I'm just like, guys, I got to go home. I know it's late. And I probably already blew it. And I get home. It's like maybe 10:20. And my father, he is pissed. What time did I tell you to be home? I said, well 10 o'clock. He's like, okay, it's 10:20. I said, hey, man, the house we're at, and they knew the kid. I said, they got a clock in the kitchen like everybody does. The battery is dead. He did not believe me. He was thinking, that's a clever excuse, but BS. So basically, I got it handed to me. My curfew got reduced. And I'm like, God damn, man. Like, I'm telling you the truth on this. The kitchen clock stopped at 9:45. It probably said 9:45 the entire time we were there. I just didn't bother to look until I knew I was up against it. But literally, that was it. So the next night, when everyone's going out, I'm like, bro, I got to be home at 9. They're like, what happened? I'm like, your clock in your kitchen, man, changed the battery. He's like, oh, bro, that battery's been dead for like 6 months. I'm like, that's why I got in trouble.
And I understand the allure to that, but for me, like, I work because of what I've got waiting for me at home. I work to eventually get home at the end of the day.
But then the problem is when you get to work, you don't know what your motivation is to do it.
Exactly.
Because it doesn't
If I've
mean
got
you
that
like your job.
severance.
That's the thing.
That's
So
why I
even
have
if
a
you
fleshlight.
don't like your job, even if you don't like your job and you did the severance thing, at least for the time that you're at work, and they work 8-hour days in the show, but
Right.
for 8 hours, you just hate your life.
Right.
Right? That's the flip side,
You
right?
don't know
I
why you're
hate
doing
my
this.
job. I don't know why I'm doing this.
Right.
Am I taking care? Why am I doing this job? And they don't based on the show, they don't necessarily just let you quit.
Right.
You know what I mean? But anyway, so
do I
it's
have a
like,
roof that I'm paying for? Do I have a college fund that I'm trying to get in there? Do I have a vacation that I'm trying to pay for?
Why am I doing that?
Right.
I hate this job, and that's part of where the show's going now. There's just this one woman like, I don't like this job, but
Right.
while I'm at work, the only memory I have is of this SE job. that
It
I
makes work worse when you think about it. Which you're
Right.
saying, like, yeah, it sucks for Severance me, but I don't want to do that to
even
Severance
make
me.
Right at home, you's having a blast. There's no pressure. You don't have to sweat work. You don't worry about it because you know your body's just going to go do it.
So does that
sort
mean,
of. Here's the problem, though. So, just again, based on the show, they know they have a job.
Yeah.
And getting the severance surgery is voluntary. And this one guy's explaining to people at a dinner party what he does, and they're like, "Are you sure?" And he's like, "You know what, man? Honestly, like, I don't know. I think
That's a
I
good
work
point.
in research.
I could be a contract
I could
killer.
be a hitman,
Yeah.
but legitimately, you don't know.
so does that mean on like a Saturday if Castle calls me, I'm like, who in the hell is this?
You would not know who he is.
That's exactly right.
Oh, no.
You would not know who he is. Seriously, for the hour we're there, this mofo must have bowed to me like 30 freaking times. And I'm like, this is insane. With this big ass, like Steve Harvey smile on his face, man. All right. So the waiter finally comes up and says, "Hey, man, look, I know that you are not, but the chef is convinced that you're Dennis Rodman." I'm like, that's the ugliest mother effer on the face of the planet. Really, man? But I got about half my meal for free. So I'm like, Dennis it shall be.
And you got Snoop Dogg too, right?
That was on the plane. We got first class tickets sitting on the plane. I'm in the final row of first class. So as you're watching everyone else get on, you know, it takes forever, right, for people to load in. And there's this old white dude, he's probably like 75 years old. I see him get on. We make eye contact. No big deal. Kind of glance back down at my book. I look back up. He's still looking at me. And I'm like, I just feel like he wants to talk to me. So maybe he's a fan of the show. We're flying back to Seattle. So it makes sense. They're Seattle people. And so when he finally gets next to me, he leans down. And this is the exact quote. "Hey, you're not the Snoop Dogg, are you?" And I was the Snoop Dogg. I
Snoop
said,
Dogg.
"Nah, brother." I was like, he's too cool for me, man. I'm not.
Yep.
Okay. I wanted to make sure.
Reason we asked, who are you mistaken for?
The Snoop Dogg.
Yes.
Hey, you must be one of those rappers. You're in first class.
Yeah, I know exactly.
There's certain friends you couldn't hang out with.
Yeah, who's going to be there?
Right.
Who's going to be watching you guys?
That was always the main question. Who's going to be there? I was like, as a kid, we do not do that much research. But based on the age that I am, asking you if I can spend a night somewhere, presumably one or both of the parents. Like, what do you think we're going to do?
All right, let me ask you this. Did your parents ever get one wrong? Like my mom, for years, would have no issue with, like, I was going out with Bernie or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
Bernie was the ringleader, right? Like, I don't know how to describe it. His family had a giant van. Like, if you needed to know where a party was or if you had to acquire a keg, you went to Bernie.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he was the man. But then my other buddy, John, who was a super nice dude and this and that, my mom, something happened once. She had it in her head that he was trouble.
He's the problem.
Right. So she'd be like, is John going to be there? And I'd be like, I couldn't give up the goat and be like,
Right.
you should be worried about Granzo, not John.
Yep.
Right. But she just, to this day, she'll still bring it up. And I'm like, Mom, what did John ever do?
And now, the men's room legacy continues. Unfortunately, what you're about to hear is real. The members of this radio program are simply not that bright, or what some people would call educated. They are merely stupid. They're not trying to offend anyone on purpose. And all have played doctors on TV. You have been warned and are cordially invited to join the party. This is the men's room.
Forget it, man, and get with the countdown. Get with the countdown. Shake this square world and blast off for Kicksville. The trippers, the grasshoppers, the hip ones, all gathered in secrecy and flying high as a kite.
This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill. You know what they say, shake your radio more than 3 times, and you're playing with it. You're listening to the men's room.
And away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4515. Along with Steve the Thrill Hill, the Ted Smith, and Mike Hawk. And you are the men's room. On tap today, Taryn Daly and Steve Mix join us from the Daily Mix Morning Show once again. We will sit and spin. And today we take your money with 10 bands with farewell tours that weren't. We will play Profile This. Plus headlines, the men's room shot of the day, fun with listener emails, and everyone's favorite, TV Time with Ted.
Click, clack.
Ding it, John.
All right, here we go. Starbucks says its brand new headquarters will be in the coffee capital of the world, Nashville, Tennessee. We say in Nashville, not good when two planes are fighting for the same runway. We can all agree. Famous Spanish bullfighter might have some troubles going number 2. You might not like cocaine, but salmon sure do. And a teacher in Florida threatens to have sex with her students. That is all coming on today's very special episode of The Men's Room.
And now, here's the question.
Hola, bitches. Good day to you and yours. All right, as you know, spring has sprung. And for all of the glorious things that spring brings, it's also that time of the year when the interior wildlife returns. And by interior wildlife, we, of course, are talking about the ants of all varieties, fruit flies, moths, those big things that look like giant mosquitoes, but they're not mosquitoes. You know what I'm talking about? I have no idea what the hell they are, but they show up every spring, every summer. There they are. Don't know what it is. You look like a skeeter, but you ain't. But then you also might have the occasional bird's nest in the chimney. Or for a homeowner in Texas, his issue is bees. Thousands of bees living in the walls of his house. Now, sure, he has been swarmed once, and he's been living, in his words, uncomfortably. Meanwhile, in Scotland, there's a woman there who's just like, boo-hoo, you have bees in your walls. Yeah. She hasn't been sleeping in her house because she has 500 bats living in her walls. And because bats are a protected species there, she can't do anything about it. They're like, look, you got bats in your house? Deal with it. So she deals with it by sleeping in her car. But, of course, it could always be worse. There's a man in Russia. You might remember this story. He left his window open for 3 years while he was away for work. Came back to discover that his entire home had been taken over by pigeons and pigeon poop. And we brought to the story yesterday of a family that was invaded by 5 deer after they crashed through the front door. It's not like they opened the door and the deer ran in. The door was closed. They smashed the door off the hinges, ran around the house, and pretty much destroyed it for no particular reason that anyone can figure out. There's a family in New Jersey. They have a mama bear and 4 cubs, been living under the front porch since November. They've been hibernating. It's spring. They're waking up. Yeah. But worst of all, there's a woman in California. She woke up to a stranger in her bedroom, sucking on her toes. Look, man, every once in a while we get that uninvited guest into the home, and with spring showing up now, we know all the local wildlife is showing up, but who knows? So today's question, brought to you by our friends at Advanced Air Restoration, quite simply is, what ended up in your house that you did not want in your house?
To be a part of the big show, call 206-803-ROCK. Like the Men's Room on Facebook, follow us on X and Instagram and Men's Room Live. Send your emails to the Men's Room at KISW.com, and now watch the show live on YouTube at KISW Rock. We celebrate the holiday here. Our question, good or bad, what did you or someone else do in an altered state? First and foremost, we need to give you a little bit of the history of 420. Thank you, sir. It originated in 1971 with a group of California high school students,
Shocking,
known as the Waldos, who used 420 as code to meet and search for an abandoned cannabis patch. The term spread through their connections to the Grateful Dead community, eventually becoming a global unofficial holiday for cannabis culture, recognized by High Times magazine in 1991.
All right.
So here are some of the facts of the origins of 420. The originators, that would be the Waldos. 5 students from San Rafael High School in Marin County, Steve Capper, Dave Reddix, Jeffrey Knoll, Larry Schwartz, and Mark Graves. They met at 420 by a statue to smoke. The original goal, they were looking for a secret cannabis shop in Point Reyes, California, based on a treasure map they claimed to have received.
a treasure map that leads you to cannabis.
That's correct.
All right.
Yeah.
They
That would have
used,
changed the Goonies, wouldn't it?
yep. Initially, they used the phrase 420 Louis to plan their search, which later shortened to 420 and was used to refer to any smoking plan. As far as the Grateful Dead connection, the term spread far beyond Marin County because no one of the Waldo's friends were friends. I guess some were friends with Grateful Dead bassist Phil Lesh, according to the band's fans.
I mean, Marin County is literally a ferry ride from downtown San Francisco.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, as my buddy used to live up there in San Rafael.
They popularized the term and date. Now, in 1991, High Times reporter Steve Bloom saw a flyer with the term, leading to the magazine featuring it and promoting the date. Then in 2017, it gets some global recognition. The Oxford English Dictionary recognizes 420 as the official term for cannabis consumption. And the date has since evolved into a major day for advocacy and commercialism. They say it is not a police code for smoking in progress.
No.
So you know that. It is not related to Bob Dylan or a date with 420 chemicals. Today, 420 is celebrated with major gatherings in cities like Denver, Vancouver, and San Francisco, marking a mix of cannabis advocacy and cultural celebration.
Yeah.
So that's where we get. That's how we got this lovely holiday.
5 high school kids. I love that.
I also feel like with smoking weed culture, it really just depends on what you're doing, right? Like I never heard the term safety meeting,
Right.
and then people brought that up, and then when I used to golf more, like I would talk about, like, ooh, anybody want to go see the swing coach? And you just smoke a bowl by your bag.
Right.
So I mean, it kind of, to me, it depends on what you're doing and what term you're going to use.
Well, back to
but everybody gets it.
Everyone knows exactly what you mean, right?
Back to the landline phone days. You know, when you're talking to people, or maybe you grew up with cell phones, but before the legalization of marijuana, there was, code for everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
But the codes were never. Like, people use code because the idea is in case we're being tapped by the Fed, right?
That is correct. That was the paranoia.
And I was like, okay, but the codes were so obvious because there was always something green, right? Kermit the Frog, lettuce. I'm like, bro, look, if your stupid friend understands what your code is and you've never talked about this in advance, you don't think the Fed can figure out. Because nobody has a 15-minute discussion with their buddy about buying heads of lettuce. Right, because I'm having a conversation.
Broccoli.
And you can say, hey, man, I got those heads of lettuce you're interested in. So say they're tapping your line. And I say, all right, well, I got $40 for me, and my buddies came up with another $80. You think anyone honestly thinks, wow, they spent $120 on lettuce. Listen to those healthy young men. And how many times can Kermit the Frog does not visit you at work. It's just not going to happen. So when you call the job and say, hey, Kermit the Frog's coming in today. No, he's not. We know it's weed.
Yeah. The sub shop that I used to get great subs, by the way. They really were. But the weird thing about, what's the best way to describe this? Okay, no matter what kind of sub you wanted, if you wanted a hot Italian or whatever.
Where's this sub shop?
It's in Morgantown, West Virginia.
All right.
But all of the guys in there, they had their own pact where they would bring you weed. Sure. Part of the sale, you paid in cash. Back at that time, it was all cash. I don't even remember owning a credit card.
Right.
Maybe they would take a check. All right. But either way, when it came time to pay for that was a separate transaction that had to be done in cash.
Of course.
And the way my buddy Brian, who was the manager there, explained it to me, like, look, they had 5 or 6 employees. All those guys either worked in the kitchen, delivered, or whatever the deal is. But it was always extra lettuce. All right. Now, if you ordered a hot Italian with extra lettuce, you would get a hot Italian with extra lettuce because the people in the kitchen and the delivery driver assumed maybe you actually wanted extra lettuce.
Right.
All right.
Did they?
Yes. And this was how they did their science. So the science was if you order a sub that typically comes with lettuce and you ask for extra lettuce, you are only going to get extra lettuce on the sub because they don't know. If you order a chicken parm with extra lettuce,
now they know.
Right, because there's not lettuce on a chicken parm.
If you order a meatball sub with extra lettuce, then you're going to get weed delivered to your place.
But what happened if...
But you had to order those subs.
He's going to ask the question I was just thinking.
And this would never be me.
You want that Italian with weed.
Most people don't mind lettuce under sandwiches. So I know I'm the exception, but say I actually wanted a sub that has lettuce, but I also want to buy weed. So it's like, all right, I want to get the BLT or something, right? with extra lettuce? Do I have to just hope that they understand that, yes, I want a BLT, but also I want weed, or am I going to get a BLT with a bunch of freaking lettuce?
That was a problem. If you wanted a cheesesteak, they sometimes would put lettuce on there. So you couldn't say I want a cheesesteak with extra lettuce or a cheesesteak with lettuce.
Put lettuce on a cheesesteak.
Look, man, it was just,
What? Really?
Yes.
I've done it before.
I have too.
I didn't even know that was an option.
You don't like lettuce.
No, I know
Lettuce,
that.
tomatoes,
I just didn't think that lettuce
peppers.
was ever on a. Really?
They had like 4 different
I would order
sandwiches at this place.
Chicken cheesesteak with lettuce and mayonnaise.
They had, because they used to have, they had the Philly straight up with onions, mushrooms, peppers if you want.
Yeah.
All right, that was one of their steaks. But they had a bunch of different, like they had a steak sub where they would put like barbecue sauce and onion rings on it.
All right.
And cheese. Pretty solid combination when you have it. But that they did. They had 3 or 4 different steak sandwiches that you could get. One was lettuce, tomato, onions, and I think mayonnaise there, or whatever the deal is. Fantastic.
So I'd have to order the hot Italian. Just like, all right, look, just give me the hot Italian, extra lettuce.
Now, what happens if a weirdo like me actually just wants lettuce on their chicken farm?
Then you're going to get weed.
Right.
So we go into the problem of I end up with extra lettuce and I want a weed. Ted, meanwhile, gets weed, didn't want weed. He just actually wanted extra lettuce.
So if you say extra lettuce, that's an 8. All right?
All right.
Extra lettuce, that's a quarter.
Okay.
And that's as far as they went on the delivery.
Sure, yeah.
So what if you got a whole head of lettuce? Oh, they didn't go any higher.
Probably an ounce. I don't know. We never had that kind of money. But either way, man, and it would. That was my buddy's Brian. His car smelled like he had a Pacer, and it smelled.
Jesus Christ.
It smelled like French fries. It smelled like grease, oil, and it smelled like weed.
Right.
You would get in his car. He didn't even know.
Of course, he knows.
He couldn't smell it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just like one of those things where you get in his car, like, Jesus, man, kind of want to go to the sub shop now and get something to eat because your car smells like French fries. But that's how we.
It sounds like his car just smells like a house of a 20-some-year-old dude any weekend.
That owns a Pacer. Yeah, actually, I hired a guy, one of the restaurants I worked at. I hired a guy. His name was Bill, and he was actually a very good worker. But during the interview process, I finally just asked him, I'm like, are you stoned right now, man? And he's like, I apologize. And look, in the cook world, it's not a big deal. It's just odd at an interview, right? So it's like, honestly, I am. And I said, all right, well, do you deal at all? He goes, actually, I do deal with. He was hired. I mean, and that was it. That was because I said, look, he was qualified also. There were like 2 other candidates.
You're listening to the Men's Room with Miles and Thrill. 99.9. KISW.
Oh, Charles, away we go. Welcome to the 21st Amendment season, episode number 4515. What a large and in charge program we have for you today. Guaranteed future repeat. Once again, we'll be joined by Taryn Daly, Steve Miggs from the Daily Miggs Morning Show as we sit and spin. And today we deal with those bands that have that gimmick where they try to take your money as many times as they can. The farewell tour that is not.
How many times has Motley Crue done a farewell tour?
I believe
they
2 or
always
3.
come to mind first, right?
I've seen it twice.
Yeah, because I got a friend who, she's a very devout Motley Crue fan, and the first time they announced their farewell tour, like you said, the ticket prices are jacked, and she's like, look, I took time off from work, I bought these tickets, I'm going to go see them. I'm like, cool, man, do that. 2 or 3 years later, okay, seriously, this is our farewell tour. This time, spent more money on tickets, took time off from work, went up to Vancouver, I believe, to see them. She's like, it's a great show, had tears in my eyes, last time I'm going to see him. About 3 years later, coming around the 3rd time, and I think she actually skipped that show.
They also have a lot of just, as far as the wording on things. So, for an example, Elton John went out on a farewell tour.
Yeah.
All right. Then he did like a 1.5-year residency in Vegas. And not that that's not touring.
It's not a tour.
It's not a tour.
It's
right.
not.
It's not a tour.
You're staying in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm there for a 1.5 years.
Right. You're doing 3 or 4 shows a week.
Right.
Right. They don't say no more live shows.
Yes.
They say last tour.
Last tour.
That's a good point.
Exactly. Like Barry Manilow. He came around with his farewell tour. I did not go see the Barry Manilow show. I know for a fact at 80-some years old, more than likely this will be his farewell tour.
I thought he was doing a residency as well.
He might be doing a residency.
I think he might be doing a residency.
This is the last tour. I try to see people one last time. Paul McCartney came around. He said it's his farewell tour. Now, if he goes out again, which I believe he has, he might stop back by in Seattle again.
I think you got to almost base it on age at this point. Well, like Motley Crue, they're saying it's a farewell tour. They're probably upper 50s, maybe.
Well,
the first
depends
time
on
they
when you
announced
do
it.
it.
You need to think this mofo's going to die soon. So, like, if Willie Nelson says it's a farewell tour, you're going to believe him.
So Willie, I was just about to say, he's an example of, I love Willie Nelson, but like I saw him, 2 summers ago?
Yeah, and you said he basically talk through the songs and that his kids.
Yeah, and his kids do a lot of it. Like if he announced it, people would still go, but he just seems like he wants to tour till the day he dies.
Right.
But
I
it's like
I think he's been open about it.
but it's old. I mean, he is old. He just sounds old.
I think he'll do it as long as he can.
Sure.
But he's not going to gimmick you and do one last ticket grab.
No.
He's going to play the last shows he can. Now, when Kiss announced their first farewell tour, they were all probably 50 years old.
Right.
Or 45. Somewhere in there. I mean, it was ridiculous. It was so many. It was like 25 years ago. It was forever ago.
Like 98, 99, somewhere
so.
around there. Yeah.
And you're like, wow, this is it for Kiss, huh? Like, no, they weren't even close.
No.
They just took your money. Aerosmith has done this a number of times.
Yes, they have.
They keep trying to get back out on the road, but yeah, you know those bands that are gimmicking you into a farewell tour.
Yeah, I mean, Kiss and Motley Crue to me are the king.
They're the ultimate on that.
Right? Motley Crue wasn't the last one. Like, we signed contracts.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Look, I'll
Right.
still go. I went to the B-52.
You signed a contract because they came to you and said, would you tour again?
Right.
That's the contract you signed, right?
I went to the B-52s. They had like 4 dates left. Farewell tour. Never touring again. Then they extended that tour by like 2 years.
Well, it's still the same tour.
It is still the same tour.
We'll just be here for 2 more years is all. You shouldn't have spent as much money on that
I'm
ticket.
just saying. 10 bands with farewell tours that weren't coming up at 4:30 as we sit and spin.
Barry Manilow definitely must have. I just Googled Barry Manilow, and it's like Las Vegas. So
That's what I'm saying.
He must still do a residency.
Yeah.
Well, anytime you go to Vegas, you see, like the Sphere is one thing, but when you look at all the billboards, you recognize all these people like, okay, this was like Wayne frickin' Newton. Not that I'd ever want to see him, but like, that's where he's going to be. Now Barry Manilow has hit that. Like, hey, I did my farewell tour, but for the rest of my life, you can come and watch me perform.
Eagles do this crap all the time. This is the Eagles move as well.
Sorry, I think Barry Manilow's full of crap too.
Why is that?
Well,
Just he has other dates on here that
Yes,
just
he
are
does.
not Vegas.
It's all part of the farewell tour. Anything from now on is part of the farewell
Right.
tour. He could go home for a year and a half, go back out on the road, and still the farewell tour.
I think honestly too, just be honest. Go look. It's basically a farewell tour. We'll still do shows, and if you live in, L.A., New York, or one of those major cities, you'll
You'll
probably see us again.
Yep.
But we're just not going to do a full tour.
or tell us why it's farewell. Right? If you said, okay, so-and-so is aging out of it, he's going to be dead in 2 years. Like, all right, I believe you. If it's like, we don't get along, like, you'll be back in 7 years, right? You're not fooling anybody. We know how this
and
goes.
the Stones have done it too, right?
Have they ever done a farewell tour?
I'm not
Maybe
sure.
not.
It just seems like they'll keep going for as long as they can.
Sure.
All right.
I mean, the Stones don't need to gimmick you into going to see the Stones.
Because they sell out no matter what.
If
right?
if you're the Rolling Stones, you could say whatever you want. People will still go to the show. I don't really care that much, but when it's Motley Crue, and again, you're 45 years old.
Right.
I mean, come on. I mean, for real, this is it. You're never going down the road again. And they made like this big thing about it, like, we're so glad to be here, Seattle. Sorry this will be our last stop. That's BS.
See you in 2 years.
Right, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like, don't put on the drama if there's no drama to be had.
Yeah.
It's just a show, man. You're out on the road, you're on tour.
But it keeps working. Right? That's the thing. It
But
keeps
people are going to
working.
go still see Motley Crue. You don't need to do that.
But they will, and Motley Crue knows it. My money says they're going to go on tour again in the next 3 years.
Yeah, I think Miles has a point though.
What's that?
I think Motley Crue people would still go see Motley
They're still
Crue.
going to go see the
They
show.
will.
Yeah.
You don't need to lie to them.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Just go out and do the show. Play your show, and then we'll go and see you again if we ever can.
But then also, if you say we're never going to tour again, we can all think back and say, cool, I saw their last show in Seattle.
Yeah.
Like
As opposed to telling me in advance.
Guns N' Roses isn't going to say this is it, because it's not.
Well, they don't know. I think they'd very honestly be like, we don't know.
We don't know.
We might
But
never
we're
tour
not-
again.
we're not
we
gonna-
might not even complete the one we're on.
We're not going to call it that, though.
Right.
We're not going to tell you this is it. This is the last time. I mean, Tom Petty didn't come around and go, this is my farewell tour because in 3 months I'm going to die of a fentanyl
Yeah,
overdose.
right.
See, I wish Tom Petty had told us.
If
Yes.
he had,
Right.
I would have gone.
If Prince would have said, look, man, I'm going to OD. So please, come see my shows while you can. Be like, you know what, man? That's a good point.
Or at least be open about that. Like, look, guys, you might not know this because I keep it together in public, but I love fentanyl. So I cannot guarantee I'm going to tour again.
Yeah.
So maybe just come to the show. I don't want it to be my last
The
show.
fentanyl farewell tour.
Right. I'm just saying. I'm probably going to kill myself.
That's bad.
Yeah.
It
I
is.
mean, it's the truth.
But wouldn't you want to know?
Like, if you knew what some of these people were doing, you'd be like, we need to go see them.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Fast.
it's like, what is his name? Stone Temple Pilot, Scott Weiland.
Scott Weiland.
Yeah.
Like, one of the best shows I've ever seen are his shows.
Yeah.
But then I've also heard just horror stories when he was like the people went to see his like other stuff.
At the end of his
Or
at the end
even,
of his life.
I mean, he had a lot of ups and downs.
Yes, he did.
Sure he did.
Yeah.
But with him, he kind of knew. Like, he ain't going to be around long, right? He wasn't hiding it from everybody.
Yeah, but when you saw him in his prime, you knew at the end when you saw him on stage, you're like, ooh, that's not violent anymore.
Well, I mean, look, my buddy had seen him at a show and said it was just awful. Like he was so zoned out. I saw him 2 years after that, and he was awesome.
Right.
And then you fast forward another. So I think it's sometimes with those hard drugs, it's just hard to tell where they're at.
Well, where are you in your rehab journey?
Yeah.
Right. If they're going on about it, you go like, this is the time to see them. They're feeling good, right?
Yeah.
If they don't bring it up,
And why aren't they ever the bands that you don't want to be touring anymore? Why isn't it like Madonna's farewell tour? You're like, thank God.
I still won't go, but I'd
I'm
be
not going
happy
to
to
go,
hear
but
it.
this is good news, right? For everybody.
Yeah, right. I mean, she popped out of Coachella.
I know.
Yes, she did. Well, she's got a new album out.
Does he?
Yes.
Yay. Yeah, I saw a headline that she was there.
14-year-old girls love her.
Yeah.
No. All right, let's get on the question here. We're going to talk about your house today and things that ended up in your home that you did not want in your home. Whether that was someone trying to break in your home, an animal trying to get into your home, pests trying to get into your home, Mother Nature trying to get into your home. We've got all kinds of stories today. And we'll start with the one we brought you yesterday out of Shippensburg, Pennsylvania, where they got a family got a kind of a wild wake-up call. Owen Icklob was helping his 6-year-old daughter get ready for school when a herd of deer came crashing through his closed front door. Whole pile of deer come flying through the door. First one ended up laying down here, and the other 4 ran around the house for a little while. After a few minutes, the other 3 ran out the door. One was still stuck in the kitchen. I moved my way around it and kind of tried to push it and shoved it out the door. Then it turned around and ran out here, out of this door. Total of 5 deer entered the home, but only 4 left. Owen said the impact from the first deer broke its neck at the foot of the stairs. That was just the beginning of the trouble. The herd left tufts of hair, hoof marks on the hardwood floor, even a hole in the dining room wall. I'm still finding glass on the floor. The door jambs are broken all the way down through the middle. Now, after getting his daughter to safety, he said he spent hours scrubbing blood out of the carpet and putting the destroyed first floor somewhat back together. Now, one of the deer that didn't make it inside slammed into his electric garage door, which now won't open. He said that at least 2 of the garage panels will need to be replaced. It is unclear what caused the deer to bolt toward their home in the first place. He said they're often seen around the neighborhood. He said the next time the deer come knocking, we will be prepared. If they ever come back, I'll make them a new addition to my wall over there. He said as he pointed, showing off a few hunted deer heads on his wall.
That's probably why they freaked out when they were in there. Like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, probably threw them off.
I mean, think about it. You break into someone's house, right? You're looking around, and on their wall is mounted human heads. Like, fellas, we got to go. Definitely going into full panic mode. Let's get out of here.
What if you just took one off the wall and, like, showed it to him?
You know, what would a deer think? I mean, they got to recognize, like, brother's dead. I don't know where the rest of his body is.
I mean, you figure if those deer burst into the house like that, they're already confused.
Yes.
Right? So I don't. You're right. That'd have to be like a circle of hell. Like why they burst through that door is very confusing.
Yeah.
Then they get in there and it's like, oh, what are we doing? Then it's just like, and there's our friends dead on the wall.
There's our brethren. What do you think was chasing these deer? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I know deer can get confused, and I get it if it's a glass door because they're looking through it. I understand that, but this is the guy's front door. I mean, it is a definitive barrier, and even animals recognize that. And they were like, F it, we're kicking this bitch open and going into your house.
Did you see the video, I believe it was Palm Springs, or down in that area, where a ram walks up to the back of the house. There's a sliding glass door.
Oh, no.
Okay? So he looks, and you can see the camera angle.
Oh, he sees himself.
He sees his shadow. So what's he do? He backs up about 2-3 feet, and he just rams right into that glass, doesn't do anything. Takes another 2 or 3 steps back, does it again. The entire thing shatters, freaks him the hell out. He takes off running just because he saw his shadow in that.
Well, he probably saw his reflection.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But also, he's telling his ram buddies, like, I took his ass out. We did the headbutt. He's no longer here. In fact, he broke in pieces. It was crazy.
Yeah. I'm the man.
Here's a different thing that crashed through somebody's house. A Los Angeles County supervisor is calling for a Federal Aviation Administration investigation after a chunk of ice crashed through the roof of a home. Los Angeles County Supervisor Janice Hahn shared photos on social media showing the dirt-covered ice chunk that crashed through the roof, punched a hole in the ceiling, then landed on a living room couch at a home in Whittier.
Why was it covered in dirt if it fell off of a plane? I'm just wondering.
I do not know.
Like, it's up in the air. It is an ice chunk. We understand that. Like, why is it dirty? Because to me, that means that's not dirt.
Could it be something from the wheel well?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, it's California. You'd think no, but flight data shows the plane was flying overhead at the time. We are lucky no one was in the room when this happened. This incident could have been much worse. She is calling for the FAA to investigate whether the ice chunk indeed fell from a plane. The resident was home at the time of the incident and said it sounded like a huge explosion. The homeowner is, in fact, keeping the ice, what she described as having a foul odor, but she bagged and froze it until it could be identified. She's got this chunk of possibly pee and poop ice.
You know it is. And it's not dirty. It fell off of a plane. They said dirt covered. Like, that doesn't add up.
We definitely want to know what it consists of and if it's going to affect our health. Secondly, we understand.
That's why we kept it.
If it is an airplane or something of the fact, we understand why it happens because even right now as we're speaking, there's a plane over us all the time.
Yeah.
So it's very scary. They are in, obviously, the flight patterns there.
Why do airlines always
airport.
deny it, though? Right? Because you hear this story, I don't know, 5 times a year. Chunk of ice, and it's always someone that lives in a flight path. The only place it ever happens, right? When it goes through someone's house. And it doesn't matter to the airline. They're like, yeah, that's not from a plane. It's like, dude, it's pee and it's poop and it fell out of the sky. What is the other scenario for an ice ball of poo and pee to fall out of the sky?
And they got to have, like, safe areas to do it, right?
I don't
Like
think
if
they're
you're
doing
over
it on
water?
purpose. I don't know.
Or maybe that's just somebody hits the button by mistake and it dumps. So they're just like, I don't want to admit to it.
The fact that it crashed through the roof and then through the ceiling and then onto the couch. I mean, that's pretty substantial as far as the size.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you what, though, as far as something crashing on my couch, I am very fortunate now that I am older and I don't live near where I grew up.
All right.
Because I can tell you right now, when I moved out here to Seattle, even when I moved to Baltimore, there were 2 or 3 of my friends that I knew damn well I was not going to tell them where I lived.
Yeah.
Because they would always say, like, man, I got to come see you sometime. I'm like, oh, no.
Don't.
I know how this is going to go down. And whatever your circumstances are in life, everybody needs some help every once in a while. Those are not the friends I'm talking about. I'm talking about friends that basically decide to move into your home. Now, the one that I grew up with, not only did he bring himself, he also brought his girlfriend and their 2 stinky dogs.
Which is ridiculous.
Okay? Now, he was the guy that he would steal all your food and eat it. But he would still have money, even though he was broke, to buy dog food.
Of course.
And all these other things, like cigarettes and beer. Like, you would come in, and he would have a 12-pack of beer, like, between his legs. And you're like, hey, Tim, let me have beer. He's like, oh, man, only got 2 left.
So you had 10.
Yeah. You're like, dude, you've been on my couch for 3 months, you and your girlfriend. Give me a damn beer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, this is for real. And it basically took that girl's mother to come to our home one day. I think I told you guys this.
Yeah.
And drag the daughter out. And when she left, then eventually, and they were her dogs. So thank God now the dogs are gone too. Timmy eventually left like within a week.
Of course, his name is Timmy.
But you could not get on the couch. He owned your couch in the living room. He slept on the couch. He never left the couch. Like, you come home and just want to watch something on TV, and he'd be sitting there. He's like, hey, man, just let me watch the rest of this, man. I've been into it for like, an hour or so. I'm like, Tim, I don't give a crap. Like,
I've been to work.
You're not paying for the cable. You're not paying for the electricity. You're not paying for the rent. You're obviously not paying for any food. You just sit there, smoke weed all day. Somehow you have money to buy.
Right.
You drink beer. Somehow you have money to buy this. There's an empty pizza box on the coffee table. You are that guy. You know, it's like, you have money. You just, selectively spend it on yourself.
Yeah.
So,
I'm with you. Get off the damn couch. Even if I'm like a few years ago, right? We rented rented a big cabin for like my mom for her birthday, right? So it's out in Deep Creek Lake. So we all go out there. My sister's like, "Hey, can my friend come?" Like, sure. But it's not that she slept on the couch one night. It's that she laid there till like noon or 1.
yeah.
But just laying there awake, but not doing anything.
Or just like get off the couch.
I don't care.
Right?
If you get out of the common area, man.
Right. Like
That's
you
all.
can go sleep in my bed. I don't care. Right. But I'm with Miles. Like anytime I had roommates, that was one thing that drive me up a wall. It's like, I don't care if it's your girlfriend. Tell her to get off the goddamn couch.
Yes.
I got home from work. I don't want to sit in the chair.
Well, he told it he was coming in from North Carolina. He just lost his job at Walmart, so he's coming back home. So he's like, man, I just need a place to stay for a couple days.
How do you lose? Sorry.
He explained how.
Right.
Did you
I
hear the
shouldn't
description
ask.
of this
Yeah, I know.
friend?
Exactly.
That's how you lose a job
honestly,
at Walmart.
He never showed up to this job.
But I hadn't seen him since high school, and it's like 2 years later, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, sure, of course you can come and crash, man. We got a couch, man. Just stay for a couple days, get your stuff figured out. His parents lived in town. Her parents lived in town. They had other friends. There were other places to stay.
But no one's going to let him stay on the couch like you do, man.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
He had
right.
Give me weeks, bro.
They had like 3 open suitcases in the living room with crap thrown away everywhere.
Right.
Dirty clothes and piles and all that stuff. Like, hey, man, hope you don't mind, man. I used your laundry detergent.
I do mind. It's expensive and I'm
Yeah,
broke.
exactly. That's the last thing I want to keep buying, Tim.
Right.
You know, just
Oh, the big ticket item?
is everything just on the house here? You know?
Yes.
Thank
was.
God for that girlfriend's mother coming. I mean, she dragged her out. This was an adult woman. She was 18, 19 years old.
Yeah.
Her mom grabbed her by the arm and pushed her in the car and drove away.
Her mom didn't like Tim either.
No.
No.
What
I
ended up
never
in your-
met the guy I don't like.
I kind of hate Tim.
What didn't even leave you one piece of pizza. They ate the entire thing. What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
Marijuana. And this is a kitchen where everybody smokes. So I'm like, look,
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you the gig, man. And here's the deal. Like once a week he would come in with this big ass shipment. And when I told the other cooks, like, this guy's gonna start on Monday, his name's Bill. The good news is he also deals weed. And at that moment I was like the Messiah. They're like, oh, thanks for the hire. So when Bill's working there, and again, very good worker, always high, but very good worker, and I get a phone call. He is not there that day. Hey man, it's Bill. Nah, he comes in later today. Okay. Hey, when he gets in, let him know. And this guy, he used Kermit the Frog. Let him know that Kermit the Frog will be performing tonight at my house. I said, do you want me to tell him that you have his weed? He's like, yeah, man, just tell him I got it. I'm like, thank you.
Do it.
Just don't waste my time.
About the same time frame when I'm living there. I got a 1-bedroom apartment. I was telling Steve this earlier. And it was my first wife, and we were living together. We were on the second floor of this apartment building. We had a big bay window, but that bay window kind of faced a street. We did not put curtains up because there was nothing on the other side of the road, but right in front of that window was a street light. I mean, a bright-ass street light. And like right where we were on the second floor of this building, that light was right in your face and right in that window. Now, when I initially set up the apartment in the living room, I put the TV in that area where the window was, okay? And I remember this after the fact because it was always a pain in the ass. You were watching TV at night, and then all of a sudden this big white glow would come behind the TV, blah, 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 blah. So it was just like, it was annoying. It's an apartment. I'm not going to buy curtains. This is a big-ass bay window. Like, I am not going to pay for this crap. I didn't have that kind of money. I did shrooms with my buddy Brian, who lived next door to us.
All right.
I think my then girlfriend went to bed early because she had to work or go to school the next morning early. And I got completely just fried on mushrooms. I do not remember doing this. My girlfriend wakes me up in the morning. She goes, hey, what happened in the living room? And I'm like, what do you mean what happened in the living room? She's like, you don't know anything about the living room. And I'm like, no. She's like, get up. And I'm like, do I have to? Can I just she's like, get up. So I walk in the living room. It is completely rearranged.
Oh, nice.
I have hung up pictures in different places, stuff that doesn't have anything to do with the light. I put the TV in a different corner so the light wouldn't bother.
You're just tired of it.
I just got, apparently so.
Yeah.
But it looked really good.
You said she liked it, though, right?
Yeah, I set it up really, actually.
So you're tripping on shrooms and feng shuiing your place.
I basically did. I went in there and just
And don't remember doing
I couldn't deal with that light anymore behind the television. You know, it was just kind of blinding. And it was just, it'd flicker every once in a while. I'm like, I can't take this crap anymore. So I rearranged the entire living room. Have absolutely zero recollection of doing it.
You should get a show on what's like the home channel, HGTV.
Yeah.
And say
Something,
like, look, I'm not normally, it says
TLC.
Miles Montgomery. He's not normally an interior designer, but he's tripping on shrooms. He's going to roll into your home and he's going to improve the flow.
I had a big-ass wool rug from, like, India that was in my parents' house. And they gave me when they got some new furniture. I moved that around. Like, I moved the couch around. I moved the chair.
It would be a fun show to watch. Like, this guy's coming over, but he's high on mushrooms.
Right, because I bet you're going to make better decisions.
Right.
Like, oh, man.
Don't talk to him.
Right, just leave him alone. We have a hidden camera. Just let him do his thing.
Well, I woke up and I walked in there. I was like, Jesus, man, wow, this looks actually pretty good.
Looks great in here.
Yeah, it seriously does. Like, wow, mushrooms, huh? Our question, good or bad, what did you or someone else do in an altered state? 206-803-ROCK. Or they're different.
Did she have an actual name? That was Little Red Riding Hood, but she had to have a real name. There's no way you named your child Little Red Riding Hood.
So wolves are there.
Yeah.
Officers later tracked the wolf to a lake where it went in the water and was captured with a snare. Authorities believe the wolf was a juvenile, so maybe it wasn't that big.
All right.
Had left its pack, had been roaming the city for days. They did have a lot of sightings reported across Hamburg. Experts say it was likely disoriented by the urban setting. Either that or trying to put together IKEA furniture.
Or trying to get out of IKEA.
And trying to escape. You can't
follow the arrows.
You can't escape.
You got to follow the arrows.
No. There's no easy way out.
I don't know, man.
You have to walk through every single section.
I was stuck in there.
There's no side door. There's no shortcut.
No, that's why you follow the arrows, and they take you through the entire.
But they wind you through the entire store.
Yeah.
You can't just walk in, walk out.
Yeah.
It's not how it works at IKEA. Mm-hmm. That's probably why the wolf was pissed.
Just get silverware.
I just wanted to get one rubber spatula, mother.
Government officials say trying to navigate the city would prove very stressful for a wolf. The animal has since been taken to a wildlife.
I'm glad experts can tell us that. Did
woman,
you know that when a wolf walks the streets of a German city, they might be disoriented? Yes, I did know that.
And stressed out.
Yeah.
A woman received several stitches to her face at a local hospital and was released. Speaking of wolves, another update. The parents of that kid who suffered an injury at the Pennsylvania theme park zoo, who squeezed through the fence near the wolf enclosure and got bit in the hand.
Yeah.
His parents have both been charged. Police said evidence showed that the parents walked away about 25 to 30 feet from the child to a seating area and benches and then just got on their cell phones when the incident happened.
Jesus.
So the child went through the small opening and the barrier and the fence, entered the restricted area near the wolf exhibit. Then the child reached through the fence, and that's when the wolf decided to clamp down on the kid's hand and arm.
That's when the wolf will decide to do it.
And bystanders went in there and tried to release the wolf from the kid's hand.
How old was the kid?
Like 2.5, 1.5, something like that.
Yeah, they say toddler. I don't know. What is that?
When you call it a toddler, don't be 30 feet away and on your phone at a zoo. Just a side note, it always amazes me. I got to get a license to fish.
Yeah.
Anyone can have a child.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they filed criminal charges against the parents who live in. I don't even. You give that name.
Where is it?
You give that town in Pennsylvania a whirl.
Do not dump me.
L-I-T.
It is Lititz, Pennsylvania. L-I-T-I-T-Z. I mean,
Lidditz?
Yeah.
Lidditz?
Yeah.
I don't know. Either way,
let's go
Lidditz. Let's go Lidditz.
I guess there's another way to say that.
Either way, there's your wolf stories right there. So apparently they bite. And finally, this is not good, but hikers in a popular park in Southern California in Ventura County are being warned to be on alert after a local woman died following a rattlesnake bite. A 46-year-old woman was hiking in the Wildwood Regional Park in Thousand Oaks. Around midday, she was bitten, airlifted to a nearby hospital. She was in there for 5 days. She did not make it due to the venom toxicity. But
isn't this the case? They didn't know that she'd been bitten, so they kept hiking or something like that.
I believe she knew she had been bit, but this was the time where you're supposedly being able to hike there, and it's safe. But because of the warm weather, the rattlesnakes have been coming out of hibernation a little bit earlier.
Sure.
So they don't. They say like typically, you could wait until I don't know, late May.
Typically
to not pay attention, I guess.
They said the snakes don't know that.
The area has seen an unusual spike in rattlesnake activity. 4 reported bites since March 14th, compared to 9 in all of last year.
Where is this at?
Because of the warm forecast, Ventura County, California. Batista's bite was the first of 2 in the area in a week.
The Northgate area of Seattle.
A teenage cyclist who fell off her bike was bitten March 20th. She survived after receiving the anti-venom.
I'm moving.
A 25-year-old man in Orange County died earlier this month after a February bite. The CDC reports that out of 8,000 bites and people who are bitten by venomous snakes annually, around 5 die. So you can be bit by a snake, but the chances
Of
you
dying are real low.
they're pretty low considering. 5 out of 8,000.
I mean, it depends what bites you, but with the rattlesnake, just get medical attention.
There's also the sense of urgency involved as far as how quickly you can get the anti-venom. So our men's room poll today, you're going to be bit by one. Are you taking the venomous spider? Are you taking a bat? Are you taking a wolf? Or are you taking the snake? Vote now if you follow us on X at Men's Room Live. Off one end of the stairs, swim through that thing, come out the other end, get a couple laps in, man, then just throw our clothes back on and walk home.
Yeah, I actually don't have a problem with that.
No,
like,
me
all
neither.
right.
I mean,
in theory, you shouldn't.
Well,
But like, you're
I
not
mean,
doing
yeah,
anything. You weren't peeing in
No,
it. You know, I mean, just,
we turned out the lights. We knew
well, there's
how.
nothing. The water, right? He's baptizing. I don't understand why we can't just put adults like in a hairdresser chair and just pour it over their forehead like we do
Right,
babies.
something.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like hairdressers, no offense to hairdressers, but they've been doing this for 50, 60 years.
Yeah.
Washing your hair, your head goes back. Nobody's drowning out there.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I
exactly.
mean? And it's like I was saying to Mike last week, like John the Baptist did it in a river because that's all he had.
Wow.
You were right. He
Yeah.
didn't have
I
a
mean,
pool,
it's
man.
like, I'm just like, we don't dunk babies full under. Like, I don't know why we have to dunk adults fully under. Like, just pour it over their head.
I'll
Yeah,
tell you
why
what,
not?
You know, like other than sex, okay? You know, sex is pretty good. But there's a few things that feel real good in life. And you guys get screwed on it all, man. Because I'm telling you what, when some chick is just massaging down on your scalp, washing your hair when you're getting your hair cut, man, it is orgasmic.
Yeah, I miss those days,
It's
Miles.
one of the greatest things about getting a haircut.
Hey, a friend of mine
is some
told me
chick just massaging
about a
your
head
scalp.
spa. A head spa.
A head spa.
A head spa.
You,
all right?
you could go get your head massaged.
That was her whole point because I said, dude, a head massage when you're bald is unfreaking believable. And she goes, oh, and, like, I should know this. She's like, oh, you ever been to so-and-so head spa? I'm like, what the hell's a head spa?
But they shut that down.
I know.
They did in Bothell.
And she explained it. I'm like, I'll be damned. And so she literally goes there. She's like, no.
I feel bad for you guys now.
But she goes, I don't get my hair washed there. I don't get my hair cut there. She's like, I go there, and she has a full head of hair, right? And she's like, no, they don't do anything to my hair. They just give you a scalp massage. That's it. She's like 30 minutes, and I'm like, ooh, tell me more. Yeah.
How does water figure into the story? 206-803-ROCK.
outside.
Go out to a more I don't know, general
Discreet
area,
location,
a
yeah.
trash can. But that was embarrassing, and it was night number one. And now also I have to say, do you have any extra towels? And she's probably wondering, well, where's the towels?
She knows. If she
But,
is changing the SE sheets,
Also, it's hotter than God. The hotel room that I was in, it was on the ground floor. There was not a slider on this particular room. So there was no balcony to walk outside. You could not open the window. Oh. So you couldn't air it out. It was just an air conditioner in the wall. And I mean, it was a
just
window.
smelled
99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK. As we go to Jersey. A bear and its 4 cubs made themselves at home in an alcove underneath a New Jersey family's porch. But the critter's cute appeal is quickly fading as the disgruntled residents consider humane ways to evict the pack. The sleuth, or pack of bears, established a makeshift den beneath the porch of the family's home in Oakland, Jersey. In the fall, they've been hibernating there for months until they finally emerged on Tuesday. At first, the homeowner and her family, they weren't necessarily bothered by the squatters, though it was a little unnerving to have the protective mama bear so close.
Yeah.
She said that the furry family of 5 had a certain cute-like factor, especially the cubs, that made their unwanted presence a little more bearable.
Of course. I mean, look, they're bear cubs. Of course they're cute.
The owner of the property phoned the New Jersey Department of Fish and Wildlife for advice, was told the bears should clear out soon.
Good, they should be getting out of there any time now.
Though they could return at any time.
But they might come back. You don't know.
As the cubs started to explore their stomping grounds, they rifled through the neighbor's trash and even gnawed on the family's central air conditioning unit.
Cool.
Now, as the community slowly reaches its wits' end, they're looking for a reprieve, but told the news outlet that any intervention is really a last course of action. If the mother is out, she would possibly run and then abandon the cubs, and then they would have to find another sow to basically put up with them. Or if they tranquilize her and caught the cubs, they would have to create a new den for them somewhere nearby. Other neighbors are also perturbed by the influx of sightseers who have caused traffic jams on the block while trying to spy on the bears.
Oh, come on.
The first week after we posted that they're under a porch, before they started coming out, it was like paparazzi was here. Cars driving by, people walking by, where are the bears? My house is not a zoo, according to one of the neighbors. The sleuth left their den for the first time since hibernating Tuesday morning. At some point during her short outing, one of the cubs was snared while trying to scale a fence. It was freed by Fish and Wildlife team and then reunited with its mom. The pack continued its journey, though the rescuers warned they could return later on Tuesday or in the fall for hibernation again.
How much would that piss you off? You know, you get rid of them for a while, and then like, are you serious, man? You guys are going back to my front porch, like, again?
It seems like you'd be able to relocate them for good somewhere, wouldn't you?
You would hope.
Why can't they just tranquilize all 5? I mean, obviously use less of a dose on the cubs. And let them figure, like, take them 30 miles away into the woods. I bet you, they're bears. They kind of got an instinct for this. I bet your mama will figure something out. I don't think she's going to wander all the way back.
They've advised them to board up the crawl space underneath the porch, effectively shutting the bears out of their old home. So that's the idea there.
Yeah, I think a bear could probably just punch through whatever 2x4s you're throwing over there. One thing I discovered, and you know, growing up, depending where we lived, we had bats, we had carpenter ants. My brother, thankfully for him, we had the fruit fly thing. We've had the crickets, you have the spider invasion. But when you're a kid, it's more like this nuisance that your parents are always bitching about, right? And then when you move out, you get in an apartment, and if there's something untowardly in your place, you call the landlord, and they're annoyed, but they make arrangements. The one thing you don't think about when you buy your first home, so we bought our first home in Greenwood, right? And we're super proud of ourselves. Then these wops built a nest directly outside of where our fireplace was, and I realized, okay, they're getting into the chimney and then coming into the home. And that's the first time I realized, like, oh, man, like, I have to deal with this now. I can't just pass the buck. There's no one to call. I can't just laugh at my dad. I got to deal with this, and it sucks. And being a typical guy, my first thought is not, let's call the exterminator. I'm like, what can I do to get rid of the wasps? You know, so I'm like, hairspray and fire. Now I'm going to end up burning the house down. All these different things. Long story short, we call the exterminator. Because my wife's like, let's call the exterminator. I'm like, no. I'm going to figure this out, man, you know, because I'm a dude. That's where our brains go. Like, certainly I can figure this out. I got my eyes on the nest, and I'm coming up with all these scenarios I could do. And each scenario in my mind ended up with me getting lit up by 10,000 bees that are pissed off. So finally I called wasps. So when we lived in Rochester, and that's where, because we're out in the woods, so you get all kinds of weird things show up in your house. But we were getting, my father does not like stinging insects. All right, he's a tough dude. But if he sees a bee, he's a little girl. I mean, that's just, and he's straight up about it. So we're getting wasps in the house, and we realize they're coming through the chimney. So he pieces together, they obviously have made their nest either at the top of the chimney, the base of the whatever. But he's not going to call an exterminator, right? Because he's a man's man. So he goes to the local hardware store, Heckinger's, be like Home Depot. This is upstate New York. And he bought whatever kind of spray. I don't know what it was, but basically it was one of those super tall cans. And when you looked at the can, it had like a picture of a wasp and a little circle with the bar through it.
Yeah.
Basically, this is the only point of this product is to kill these things. And it's a spray, but it's one of those sprays where you add the little red straw on the end for the super fine, accuracy thing. So I remember him coming home. So this is during the summer. This is summer vacation for me and my brother. And I remember this was an issue for a couple of days. Every time we ate dinner or whatever, like 5 or 6 would end up in the dining room. A little bit of panic, whatever. So he goes to the hardware store, comes home, and he's not talking to me or my brother, but we can hear him clearly. He is already proud of himself. And he's calling my mother Chick as long as I'm in the lab. He's like, look at this, Chick. And he's holding up the can, and he's like, and I remember him saying these words, it says it's good up to 12 feet away. So his thought is, I can stand 12 feet away. I'm going to spray this stuff, and according to the can, this is napalm. I mean, nothing is more dangerous to these things than whatever spray he bought. So he goes up on the roof, and you can hear his footfalls, and we could track his movements toward the chimney. There's a little tss, tss, and then we just hear, and then we see his body go by the window, right? So the big picture windows in the back. He's on the top of that. We just see his body drop by the window. We realize he has jumped off the roof, all right? He has now jumped off the roof, and he lands in the small gravel pit that we have in the backyard, and we hear the downstairs slider, slam shut. He is now pissed. I don't think he actually got stung, but as he's walking up the stairs, because my mother looked at me and my brother and just said, do not laugh. Do not laugh. Because he and I are like, whoa, man. She's like, do not laugh. And when we saw his face, I was easy to not laugh. But he looks at my mother in the eye, and he's holding this can that he was proud of. Keep in mind, 10 minutes before this, he's like, this FNS doesn't work. I swear to God, one of them was wet. He's like, I sprayed the goddamn
one of them
thing.
was wet.
Oh, he swears it. He'll take that to his grave. He's like, it was dripping with this stuff and came after him. And he's like, sort of like, you jumped off the roof. He's like, I'm not going to stand there and get stung, man. But he's like, I jumped off the goddamn roof.
We had, I told you the story about having a bat in my room.
Yeah.
This was a different house. Moved to after that. And we had a wood-burning stove in the garage. I'm sorry, in the basement. Now, keep in mind, it's a 2-story colonial home with a basement. So that's where the wood-burning stove was.
Yeah.
It's the kind with the metal closed doors where you kind of clamp them down. There was no glass. You could not see in. There were just 2 big metal doors. But it basically heated the entire home.
Sure.
All right. So my job was to keep that place stacked with wood and all that crap. At one point in time, my sister was probably 5 or 6, and she hears something flapping around in there, and she opens the doors. And I remember her telling my mom or dad, she's like, hey, there's a birdie in the fireplace. I wanted to let the birdie go. I could hear him flapping around. It wasn't a birdie. It was a bat.
Yeah.
All right. But here's the thing. We never saw the bat again. If there would have been a bird.
Was there a window down there?
No. What I'm saying is it had to, we deducted this. It had to be a bat just based on the fact that if it was in fact a bird, it would be flying around the basement and we would have been able to find and locate the bird.
And also birds make noise at some point, where bats do not.
This is also an unfinished basement. So there's exposed undercarriage of, of the floor above and all that stuff. You could see all the ductwork from the air. It could have been anywhere up in there.
Was it summer?
I don't remember when it was. I just know the bat got in that damn
It just seems crazy that he came down the chimney.
I don't think he meant to. I think like anything else, there's a flume coming out the top. Probably went in there to explore. Went down 3 floors.
And then can't figure out how to get out.
Just got stuck down in that thing, man. But we knew, at least for a couple weeks, we kept looking for the bat. Just like everywhere you'd look, you're like, all right, where is this guy at?
Bats feel different than birds.
Correct.
I mean, they just, they do.
Well, you'd see a bird flying around. There's no question about that.
But it didn't freak anyone out. You just went, oh, God damn it, man, there's a bird in the house, right? And you had to do what you could to coax it out. A bat, everyone does the same thing. Everyone will observe it, but they all stand 15 feet away.
We asked her, and she said it flew out into the garage or into the basement. We're like, okay. And keep in mind, there's still a living room down there, although it's not finished all the way. It just hadn't been drywalled yet, so we still had it was like a kid area. There was a couch, there was a television, all our toys were down there. It's a basement. It's where we played.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the entire time, anytime we picked anything up, We're just looking for this damn thing, and we can never find it. I had no idea whatever happened to it.
I mean, I've been to stadiums where, like, if you have really bad seats, there'll be like birds or stuff up top.
Sure.
But if there was bats, I wouldn't sit up there.
No.
But see, that's the one that goes back to Spirit Airline. I don't understand how this happened. They are mid-flight, like 3-4 years ago. They're mid-flight. I mean, like wherever they're going, they're going. You know, they're maximum altitude, and a bat starts flying around the cabin. And I'm like, man, I mean, look, Spirit, your reputation is what it is. Oddly enough, as far as people that take Spirit, they like it, but its reputation is terrible. And I'm like, a bat flying around your cabin at 36,000 feet does nothing to help you.
What ended up in your house that you did not want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
I mean,
You're right.
I mean, seriously, like, I'm on a plane. Anything can go wrong. I'm expecting turbulence, or we might even crash. You know, these are all the things you kind of prepare for. What if they say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to stay calm. That is, in fact, a bat flying around the cabin. Like, come on. I mean, like,
I almost always have like a zip-up hoodie with me when I fly.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of those times I want to put my headphones in, put up my hoodie, and just be like, I'm going to act like this bat's not in here.
Yeah, you want to expose as little skin as is humanly possible. Hello, Haley. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey.
Hola.
So this is kind of similar to your bat stories, but a lot worse, I feel.
Okay.
My husband and I went on a date night, and we come home, our daughter's gone, and of all movies, we're watching A Quiet Place. So we have a chimney that we don't use anymore, but it's open, but we thought it was capped off because we have a pellet stove that goes through.
Okay.
And we hear gravel falling, and all of a sudden, bats start flying out of the chimney.
Well, like, how many bats are flying out?
Into your home or out of there?
Into our home.
And how many bats, if you had to guess, came flying out?
So within a week of dealing with the bats, because they're small and we have very dark brown crown molding, getting dive bombed in the middle of the night, it came to probably about 30 plus bats.
So what do you do?
Damn.
Do you just open up the windows and hope they fly out?
We tried that the very first day, and then my husband went and got a net from the garage. My dog was trying to get him because he was a 1-year-old puppy. And then eventually I just started covering my head when they were dive bombing us when we were sleeping.
How long did you live like
Would
this?
live with the bats.
Probably about a week.
And was this here in Washington State?
Yeah, we live in Arlington.
See, that's weird. I have not seen a bat since I mean, look, on the East Coast, I think the defining factor of bats is bugs. All right.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is not a very buggy area, but anywhere on the East Coast where there's a street light and there are bugs, you will see bats swooping in
Constantly.
all night long, attacking the bugs. But since we don't have those bugs, like, I don't know that I've ever seen a bat since we moved here.
Yeah, I mean, if they're out in Arlington, though, there's more bugs out there.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Out in the
Arlington
cut.
makes sense. So what did
We
you
also
do?
live by the creek, Pilchuck Creek.
Ah, okay. Yep, that
So,
helps.
I will tell you, though, we did not get mosquito bites that summer.
I mean, look, bats
Well, you
are
had
very
30
handy with
bats
that.
in your house.
It's just they also might have rabies. But how long? So you spent a week with 30 bats dive bombing you in your sleep, which for me, I don't know
so
that I would
every
sleep
once in a
well.
while, we'd get one out, like at 3 o'clock in the morning because we're sleeping, and they just buzz the tower.
So what
then
did
we
you do
grab
to
the
eventually get rid of all of them? Like, what's the final plan there?
We searched all the crown molding and everything, closed everything down, and then finally we weren't getting dive bombed anymore.
Did you own that place or was that a rental?
No, we own it, but it was built in like 1930.
So did you cap the chimney?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that'll do it.
All right.
Yeah, in those moments,
Yeah.
you're like, baby, we're going to part with that money. Go ahead and get this done. So I'm assuming bats are not a protected species here. I don't know. 'Cause
Are
there's-
they anywhere?
Yes. There's a woman in Scotland. There are 500 bats in her walls and in her attic. All right. She has since moved out of her home and spent as much time in her car as she can. And she's called exterminators and the wildlife people. And they all said the same thing. Like, look, this is a problem and this does suck, but they are a protected species, I believe, all through the European Union. Just that, like, there's literally nothing that you can do.
That's awful.
Yeah. So she's like, well, what should I do? And they're like, we don't know. I mean, honestly, it's one of those deals where it's like, this is your problem because we cannot legally do anything. There are 500 of them in her walls, man. So she's sleeping in her car. Yeah, they're protected. I don't know if it's a certain subspecies of bat, if it's all bats. I don't know what it is, but the bats that are in her home are protected by
Biggest,
EU.
and she's right. Bats are kind of small, but the biggest bats I've ever seen are in Mexico. Those things are huge. I don't know what the hell they're feeding on, man. But I mean, tarantulas, who knows?
Maybe.
But even you could see them hanging sometimes from the trees during the day. And then you realize just how gigantic these bats were. And I'd never seen anything like that in my life.
And what's the line between, like, I get there's some animals that are protected, but like humans are protected. But if you break into my home, it's kind of game on.
I can shoot your ass dead, right?
So it's like, what is the line with animals where, like, it breaks? It's like, well, he's not supposed to be in here.
So it says here, someone, and it's from our boy Devin that deals with animals and all that.
All right.
Bats are protected here. You cannot kill them here. You can only, quote unquote, use eviction methods. So what's the eviction method then? Right? Look, nobody's trying to kill 500 bats living in your walls. I just can't think of a better alternative.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to coax them out of my home.
I don't. I mean, I'm sure there's some. He would know. I mean, there's got to be something to kind of get them out. But I mean, on the same token,
they're in the walls, man.
Right? If they're in the walls, I don't want to poison them because I don't want dead bat carcass in my walls.
Yep. That's fair.
I think overall, I just don't want bats in the wall.
What ended up in your house that you did not want in your house? 206-803-ROCK. Our question, good or bad, what did you or someone else do in an altered state? 206-803-ROCK.
That doesn't seem like great press for AA.
No, it really does not.
Next thing I know, I was doing cocaine, drinking, and smoking pot.
Like, what happened at that meeting?
I don't know, man.
Well, it's supposed to make you feel better.
Yeah, most people. I will say this about airports. Miles and I found this out the hard way. They have some hard rules that you probably don't know. One of them is you cannot physically walk onto airport property.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
We're in San Diego, and it's our last day, and we're walking along the beach. We're like, man, it's our last day, whatever. We grab some pizza. We're walking along the beach. Well, San Diego's airport is not that far from downtown, so we end up at this chain link fence, and we're like, oh, dude, we literally just walked to the airport. Whatever. So we go to walk in. Security guard says, you guys can't walk in there. And we have our bags. We're like, oh, look, man, we kind of accidentally walked up to the fence. We have a flight to catch. He goes, I believe you. I said, well, can we just walk to the gate? You can't. So a taxi that's leaving, we have to give this guy a $20 bill.
To go like 100 yards.
Where are you guys going? We're like, honestly, we're going to the airport. We're standing at the gate. And he's looking at us like, come on, man. I said, dude, we'll just give you $20. We cannot walk in. He took our money, drove us 100 yards, and then we got to the airport. Did you know that was a rule? I did not know. I mean, most people don't walk to an airport.
How could you get around? So you're trying to go through a door in the fence on the beach?
No, I mean, the fence is where the traffic pulls
There's no sidewalk.
Like, we're not sneaking in. We walked up to where the cars are pulling in. There's a security guard there, and he's like, can't do it. We're like, so he's like, you got to get in the cab. We're like, no, we're literally standing there. So when the cab was leaving, we just had him do a U-turn, drove us 100 yards, $20.
Damn.
I had no idea.
Good or bad, what did you or someone else do in an altered state? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Flash. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, so back in the 80s, my sister ran a pizza joint, and I thought, hey, man, I got a party to go to. I want to throw some shrooms on the pizza. And then it turned into if someone ordered extra shrooms, it got added to the pizza.
Uh-oh.
Needless to know, some cops came through and said, add some extra shrooms. Now, local cop, Vanderbilt, ordered a pizza with extra shrooms. It turned out to be extremely crazy because he just went racing through the neighborhood looking for parties, but never busted any.
So what, he was just tripping, driving around the streets?
Right.
Yeah, just tripping.
But it never, did he ever piece together that he was tripping on shrooms?
Yeah, later I got pulled, he came to my house and asked me lots of questions, took me down to the precinct, and I climbed out the bathroom window and got away. But
wait, what? You climbed out of the bathroom window at the police precinct and got away.
Yeah, down in Wallingford. You're familiar with Wallingford.
I am familiar with Wallingford.
Yeah, you know the old police station?
Sure.
I don't know if I do.
But you climbed out of the damn window and then never came after you.
No, he did come after me, but he had no evidence.
Well, why did they come to you if your sister's running the pizza joint? Or was it you supplying the mushrooms?
Well, I was supplying the mushrooms, and I was let's just say, a known hoodlum in the neighborhood.
Okay. All right, I got you. So they could piece together it was probably you.
There was an old urban legend back in the day, and this was probably just a bunch of bull crap. But this is before Snopes, so you could check on anything.
Yeah.
But the story was that a state trooper pulled over a car in the area, and the guy had a bunch of liquid acid in the back of his trunk. Okay? Now, all of this liquid acid basically was in a box. And they were in ball jars.
Okay.
Which is typically also how you would transport moonshine.
Yeah.
Okay. And inside those cabs, there was a coffee filter, and a couple other things. Just, I don't know why they did that.
Okay.
But the base of liquid acid, even before you're going to put it on a piece of paper, if you're going to do blotter, is alcohol.
Right.
So sometimes it was 151, sometimes it was whatever you could get that was just high potent and, clean alcohol. And so the story goes, the cop makes the guy open up the trunk. He takes 2 fingers and he dips it into that jar, licks them off his lips and goes, "Moonshine, you're going to jail." And the guy went back to his car, started doing paperwork, and he's like back there for a half an hour, 35, 40 minutes. Yeah. And the guy goes back to check on him, man. He's passed out in the front of his car, so he just bolts. That's the story. All right. I don't know if there's any validity to that. I don't know if that.
Do you believe it?
It sounds too good to be true, but it seems like something that could feasibly happen.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've heard stories.
This story was from a cop buddy of mine.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That adds validity to it, man.
Well, I know, but I mean, still, was it?
Do you think you get an extra charge for the cop getting dosed because you didn't say, "Hey, don't do that"?
Absolutely. Well, I would think so, or you put an officer in danger or something like that. But the flip side is, if I'm the guy's lawyer, look, all of that is true, but Your Honor, come on, man. Moonshine versus liquid acid. I'm going to stick with the moonshine thing. The fact that the cop dipped his fingers in there, that's a decision that the police officer made. So, yes, he got real high on the guy's supply, but he's not going to volunteer that information. Yeah, even if I said it's liquid acid, don't you think the cop would still be like, right? And a place known for moonshine is West Virginia, right? Yeah. So, in a place known for moonshining. And I'm like, oh, it's not moonshine. So he's still dipping his fingers in there. My money says he's still dipping his fingers in. It still tastes like moonshine.
Yeah.
Then he's going to bust me anyway, but I think that guy's going to end up tripping one way or another.
Yeah, I watched something where these cops, the guy was a famous kind of chemist or whatever.
All right.
But same thing. They, bust him, and I don't know if the liquid acid had spilled on this guy, whatever. He ingests an amount that nobody would do. And I think the famous quote he had was "I could see color."
Right. And or smell it, right?
Or something.
Or hear it.
One of those. He's like, I knew something was wrong.
I could smell color.
Yeah. Right. You're just like, whoa.
Good or bad, what did you or someone else do in an altered state? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Dave. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey there.
Hola.
Hola. First time caller. Listen to you guys for the last 16 years since I moved out here from Detroit. Just want to say I love you guys.
Oh, thanks.
A little nervous on the call here, but I got a great story that, anyway, about 10 years ago, I'd gotten out of a relationship, first time living alone in a few years, and I like to drink and smoke, and I'm up late listening to music. And a little backstory on it is I'd had a beard for about 4 or 5 years, and I'd been thinking about shaving it with the changes and shit to shave my face.
Hang on.
Hold on.
Once again, men's room colors, here are the 7 words you can't say on the radio.
Yeah, that one. Mm-hmm.
Sucker, mother, and please keep those words in mind when calling. Now, back to the program.
First time caller, first time cusser.
All right. Congratulations on that.
Told myself the whole time on hold, don't do that.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, so thinking about shaving, up late, smoking and drinking and listening to some music, and I wake up the next morning to go to work, and I make my coffee, I take a shower, I get dressed, I putz around in the kitchen. It's time to leave. I go in the bathroom and I walk in, and as I'm brushing my teeth, I look in the mirror. Right side of my face is completely shaved, straight down the middle, down my lip, down my chin, down my neck, and the other side is not untouched. And I have zero memory of doing that to this day.
Did you shave the rest, or did you go in that way?
Oh, no, I was late for work. I had to clean it off, and then everybody looked at me like, what you do? And I don't even want to talk about it.
And you have no recollection of doing it?
This is 10 years ago. I'm known for drinking and being reminded of things and recollecting. I cannot remember this at all except the story the next day.
Do they still brew Stroh's in Detroit, or is that done?
That's done. The brewery shut down years ago. Yeah, I get back every now and then. My family's still there. I go back once a year to hunt with my dad in November, and my son, he's from out here, so his only contact is when I get to take him back. But yeah,
Brother,
my family's all still in the Detroit area.
You must love hunting if you go to Michigan in November. Like, that is one of the 4 months I absolutely would not go to Michigan.
I lived in Detroit as a kid, and they used to have this billboard that had like a bottle of beer, and the way they did the lights, it looked like the bottle of Stroh's was pouring.
All right.
And I thought that was the coolest thing that I'd ever seen in my life. I was like, that is great.
I do remember that because we're about the same age. I'm 55, so I do remember that sign growing up. I didn't leave there until I joined the Marine Corps when I was 18, and I only went back for a few years, and then I've been out here for, like I said, the last 16 years. So.
I think you'll agree that the sign was better than the beer.
Well, the beer was just a little bit sweet.
For sure.
It was, it was sweet. It was a lot of things.
You know what it was? You like it tastes
terrible.
After you like drink a regular beer, then you have a PBR. You can really taste how much sweeter a PBR is. It was kind of like that.
But I mean, look, man.
I mean, I'd have to try it again.
My recollection of Stroh's made PBR look like an award-winning independent brewery. I mean, Stroh's was terrible.
Stroh's was so bad. I remember my brother, right? He bought a case of it and brought it home one day. He's like 21, 22, right? So I'm like 14, 15. And I remember he's like, I paid like $8 the case of bottles. And my dad, who at this point hadn't drank in years, and he was like, man, even on my worst days, I didn't drink that crap. Like, basically, and I remember
on my worst days,
I feel like a 12-pack of that Stroh's just stayed in our house for like years.
It is so bad,
I'd have to objectively try it again.
I mean, look, I worked at a liquor store. We basically would sell that beer at the cheap. We just wanted to get rid of it after a while.
Yes.
And people wouldn't buy it.
No matter how cheap you made it, it's still like, nah, man.
It's like like Stonies.
Yeah, we had like a whole, like certain times you have displays.
Yeah.
KISW. The shenanigans continue. This is the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
This is not a good one. California woman wakes up to find an intruder sucking on her toes. Christian Alejandro allegedly started stalking the woman at her job back in February, and he had been confronted regarding that before. However, his behavior then clearly escalated. He was seen by witnesses checking her doors in the week leading up to the incident. Now, on the night of the incident, he put her toes in his mouth and was accused of trying to get into bed with her. Thankfully, the victim was able to push him off and get to her phone and call 911. He then fled the scene but was later located and taken into custody. He is now facing charges of sexual battery, burglary, stalking, and assault with intent to commit a felony. Wake up to someone sucking on your toes.
Yeah, no thanks.
What ended up in your house that you did not want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
Bad update.
Okay.
What was her name? I think it was Sheila. Sheila called in and had, she's worked with animals for 20 or 30 years.
Okay.
She said bats, rats, and something else. They hate Listerine.
They hate Listerine.
Listerine. She's, look, I believe
How did she reach, I believe her. I'm just wondering, how did you figure out that bats and rats do not like Listerine?
She just said if you could, like, inject it into the wall or something, like, after a while, like, they will just actively vacate and get out of there because they don't like Listerine. But it doesn't harm them.
So actually inject Listerine into your walls, and they will roll out.
Yeah. I wish she had waited on hold, so it doesn't just sound like me saying something crazy.
Sure.
Okay, Ted.
That's what I was like, all right, that's good advice. But yeah, apparently they hate Listerine.
I wonder how many mouthwashes they tried before the Listerine, like the Cool Scope.
I mean, look,
well, that's the one that's got alcohol still.
Right, and it can clean. If it can clean your mouth, it can get rid of a bat.
Who knew?
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
They do not say that, but they should.
They should put it in a commercial. And also, if you have bats. Hello, Ryan. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola.
How are you guys doing today?
Not too bad, man.
Show.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. So I bought a house out in Federal Way at like the beginning of COVID.
All right.
And I'm single dude at the time, just trying to get motivated about my new house. I ran over to Costco, found a rug on sale. I was all excited. I just carried the rug in over my shoulder and left the door open. And I literally walked in, turned on the men's room, and I'm just listening. And it's during a song. And I left my door open, though. Didn't really think anything of it. I'd never lived in Federal Way before. And all of a sudden, one of the songs that you guys had played, I didn't recognize the lyrics because I don't know if I can even say the word, but it rhymes with Ricard.
Okay.
Basically, all of a sudden, I heard this woman's voice say, "You're my little Ricard." And I didn't recognize, it's like, that's not part of the lyrics of this song. And I didn't really think anything of it because I'm just unrolling my carpet. And all of a sudden, it's like, I own this town, and you're my little Ricard. What the heck? And I stood up, and I turned around, and here's a crackhead woman with an armful of garbage tearing up pieces of it and just tossing it through my living room as she's walking through my house. And I kind of turned at her, and I was like, "Can I help you?" And she says, "I own this town. You're my little Ricard." What? Okay, can I help you? Because I'm kind of getting uncomfortable. And she hawks a loogie, and beginning of COVID, hawks a loogie, spits it right at my face. I duck and weave a little bit, trying to miss it. And I was like, "Did you just seriously?" And she tried to do it again. Unfortunately, I carry a gun. So I pointed my gun right at her and said, "This is the last warning I'm going to give you. You just walked into this house that I just bought. You need to get out of here." Well, she saw the business end of the barrel and basically turned and ran. But I called 911 because my neighbors were elderly, and I didn't want her just going away on her own. So I called 911, talked to the cops, explained what went on, tell them I pulled a gun on her. That's why she ran. Well, the lady misheard me. So then when the cops came, they dove tackled this lady right in the middle of the street and totally messed her up and handcuffed her and whatever. And pretty soon they're coming in going, "We never found a gun on her." It's like, guys, I had the gun. She just spit on me. Like, you didn't have to do that. And they're like, "Oh, well, what's happened has happened, but at least she's out of your house."
Okay. Are you still in the same house?
I didn't really have any. What's that?
Are you still in the same house?
I have since sold that house because I ended up getting married, and it was no point in keeping it. Didn't want to rent because you know what it's like to rent to people in Washington State, and you can't kick them out if they don't pay rent. So I just sold the house. But she never came back. She got a few raspberries on her knees and elbows when the cops dive tackled her, and that was kind of the end of that.
Well, she can do whatever she wants to do in Federal Way
because she owns it. You know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, yeah, and apparently I am hers, and she owns it. So I just figured, well, I'll just leave her be and let the cops deal with it. But I did warn them. I was like, "You might want to put a bag on her. She's a spitter." And they immediately went and put it over her head.
Yeah, good looking out on that.
Hesitation.
Put a bag on her.
And the brother that was in there helping us, he came in and he's just like, "Dude, I really appreciate you telling me she's a spitter. That would have grossed me out."
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just a heads up, man.
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
A little update on the Listerine.
Okay, it's Miss Sheila with the Listerine expertise.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay, hello. So with the Listerine, you don't want to squirt it in your wall. You want to get it through your wall, to the other side of the drywall.
How do you do that with a syringe?
Yeah. Just get a 6cc syringe or something and an 18 gauge needle and draw it up and then put it through your drywall as far as you can and just squirt just a tiny bit every couple of feet. You want to start from the point that's furthest from wherever they're coming in at, and then just work your way toward wherever they're coming in at.
Now, how did you learn this very odd trick of Listerine to get rid of rats and bats?
So most wild animals, especially, do not like mint.
Really?
So Yeah, and this, I get weird ideas and I try them, and I've discovered that Listerine gets rid of rats, bats, all kinds of stuff.
So this was kind of this was your own conclusion, and it's proven to be true, the Listerine. So, but with that in mind, do I have to get the blue Listerine, or could I use the yellow?
The blue does work better than the yellow.
All right. Okay.
How many times have you done this?
Well, I've only had to do it the one time for my house, and then numerous people I've helped them as well, or told them this, and it works the first time every time.
So say I get the syringe to my drywall. I'm promising these small little mammals the beauty of fresh breath. How long does it take them to decide to leave? Is it like overnight? Does it take a week? What?
They'll start taking off within minutes.
Really?
Yeah. So I had a rat that had made a nest down kind of on the other side of my chimney or fireplace, and I used the Listerine, and I just kind of started where I heard the little nest at, and she immediately started getting her babies out of there, and there was total silence within maybe an hour or two.
What other things have you tried that did not work as well as the Listerine?
Could you put like spearmint gum? If you could get it into a hole.
I couldn't squirt that probably. So
all right. I'm just wondering.
But did you try Scope and all the other mouthwashes out there?
I did not try Scope just because it's made by Procter & Gamble. I didn't have that on hand, so I had Listerine on hand. But
you're anti-Procter & Gamble, aren't you?
Just some of their practices. I like their products. I don't like practices.
Okay, all right.
That makes sense. Makes sense. And do you actually gargle with Listerine, or do you just have it in case you're going to have a rodent issue?
I use Listerine for all kinds of stuff. It is a really good product.
What do you mean all kinds of? Like what else? So far we got breath, and we have chasing small mammals.
It says keep a spearmint or mint plant next to your doors and windows. It keeps the spiders and bugs out.
Yes, true. They don't like it either.
Including spiders, because that's my thing. That we go to war.
Yeah. Spiders are they're a necessary evil, though.
I know. Look, I understand their point. I think it is fantastic what they do. I just prefer they do it outside of the four walls of my home.
Me too.
So what else do you use Listerine other than your breath and the mammals? What other uses does Listerine have?
Well, I've been in a pinch before and had nothing else to sanitize a cut with, and I've used Listerine. Although it burns like hell, it does work.
Okay, because the alcohol.
Yeah, I've heard it works on all kinds of other strange things, but
it'll get you drunk.
Wasn't it originally introduced as a douche, I believe?
Oh, God.
Back in the day?
No.
I think it was.
That seems crazy.
No. It was either that or like Lysol. One of the two. Originally, it was supposed to be a douche.
No, it was Lysol.
Was it Lysol?
It was Lysol. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dr. Lister was the first one to start sanitizing surgical tools in between patients.
Aha. Okay. Hence Listerine.
That's his named after is Dr. Lister.
You know what, Sheila? You've inspired me. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to gargle some Listerine, go to the zoo, and try to make out with a bat.
I don't think I could go to a Dr. Lister.
Dr. Lister?
There's just something about Lister.
We used to live, our neighbor, when I was a real little kid, first time we lived in upstate New York, our neighbor, his name was Mr. Fister. That was his actual name. And my brother and I just thought it was funny. And then now as an adult, I'm like, and he was a really nice guy, right? But I don't know if I'd be cool with my kid. And look, I know.
He was chill, very loose.
Yeah, just Mr. Fister.
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803.
I mean, Lister was way ahead of his time. Good on him.
What, for finally sanitizing things?
Yeah.
Well, who was the guy that died? What was the president that died? Because it wasn't. That's probably where he got the idea from. Like, you know what? Maybe let's go ahead and sanitize this stuff. Was it Buchanan?
Was it Buchanan? Not Garfield.
Maybe Garfield. Either way, the guy didn't die from the bullet wound. He died from the fact that all the surgical stuff they used was not sterilized. Right, because they kept
going inside of him, right? And they're like, it's right after the Civil War, and they're like, hey, we started doing this, and it's big over in like France and England.
Yeah.
You should really wash your hands. Guy's like, shut up.
I'm fine.
Doesn't matter. I'm the doctor.
That's right. Hello, Dave. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
All right. So when I was living in Utah, my sister called me and she said, hey, I think I have a family of raccoons living in my chimney. Can you come help me get them out? And I said, all right, how do you want to do it? Do you want to start a fire and smoke them out? And she said, no, I don't want to hurt the babies. And I said, well, is the mom in your chimney? And she's like, I don't think so. Maybe. And I said, I'm not sticking my hand up there. And she's like, well, I don't know what to do. And so I got my big welding glove that goes, halfway up your forearm. And I went down to her house. I got my headlamp, and it's super awkward to be sitting in the fireplace. My arm doesn't bend that way to get up in the flue. And I'm reaching around up there, not knowing if any second the mom is going to sink her teeth through my welding glove. But I could feel the babies. And so I took the babies down one at a time, just reaching around up there. And I got 5 babies out, and the mom, I guess, wasn't there. And so we put the babies in a box, just we were out in the driveway. And then we saw the mom run across the roof, up and down inside the chimney. And so my sister's like, oh, crap, now what are we going to do? So we got a trap. We rigged it up on the roof with some netting, and we started a fire in her fireplace. And I don't know, 4, 5, 6 minutes later, tons and tons of smoke. The mama raccoon came up the chimney into the trap, and we sealed the trap up and took the mom and the babies up in the mountains and let them go.
Success.
All right, there you
Nice.
go.
All right.
Yeah,
Victory.
fire works.
I wouldn't want to mess with the raccoons, though. I would feel very weird about reaching up into a place that I couldn't see and
Hoping the mom
feeling
isn't
around,
there.
Yeah, feeling around for stuff.
Yeah, scary for sure.
Yeah, that's.
What do you think the raccoon's teeth would go through the welder's glove?
I was worried about it. I think they probably would. I mean, those welding gloves are super thick, but I don't know.
It's a raccoon.
The raccoons around here are not nearly that agile. They really are dumpster divers.
They're so fast.
So the ones that I had around my house in Wallingford, they just waddle. I mean, they can still scale a fence and do all those things, man. But I mean,
even their fence scaling is sad,
slow and lethargic, and just and typically they do have babies with them and everything else.
I'm just always impressed that they just don't seem to care that the humans are there.
They don't care because we're the ones providing the food. There's a family of 4 that lives, I call it the Silk Road. I think they live in my neighbor's yard. They have a little more cover there, but they have to cross my driveway to get there. And every night at roughly midnight, I mean, it is their pilgrimage, right? So I don't know if it's still the same ones because it's been years now. But like you said, super fat, and they do have to scale a fence. And the 2 times I remember watching them most, because they creep along kind of quiet, because I think they're worried about the neighborhood cats and all this kind of thing. But anytime I take a drag of my cigarette, kind of gets their attention. They know I'm there. They look at me for 1 second, realize, same dude. They don't worry about it, right? No interaction, but I just kind of watch them go along. So the dude is real fat, all right? And his girl ain't much thinner, but he's definitely the bigger of the 2. So there's one day I see her, because they kind of come around the corner from my left, then they move in front of me laterally for a bit and then disappear into the quote-unquote the Silk Road, kind of this hole in the fence. So I see her, and I'm like, where's the dude? The dude's always with her. Well, he shows up maybe 15 seconds after, but I'm telling you, man, you're not trying to, humanize these things, but I'm looking at him, and I just look at his walk, and I'm like, you're in trouble. I mean, he's walking like the husband who just got busted, drinking whiskey and, masturbating to porn or something like that. So, and I'm like, that can't be true, right? This cannot be the case. I'm just making this up. But that's the walk he had, and even kind of had his head hung. So he kind of catches up to the wife, and she turns around and hisses at his ass, right? Just like, and he drops his head, and she starts walking again. I'm like, this is exactly
that's exactly
brother, I've been there. But the other thing I remember, it's just him, it's solo. I think he's kind of proud of himself. He has some trash in his mouth, but he's trying to climb this fence. And he jumps. Usually he's pretty good, but this time he kind of hits it. It doesn't quite fall off, but he's hanging with his 2 front paws. And just remember the size of his fat ass, and then his legs are just scratching on this fence. He did everything he could to get up this fence. Probably goes on for 30 seconds. And now I'm kind of rooting for him. Like, come on, buddy. You got this, man. He just couldn't do it. So he drops into the grass and just decides, you know what, I'll just take the little curb and cut to the fence. I'm like, you quitter, fat ass.
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
Guess who it is, Ted?
James,
welcome to the men's room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola.
So I was out building a cabin for my mom in Lake Roosevelt, and we hadn't put the windows in yet. And me and my buddies were watching some TV before we hit the hay, and we turn off the TV, and we see a bat flying inside this little cabin. And on my first try, I just take a swipe in the air, slap him right out of midair, and he bounces off the windowsill and off into the night.
Damn.
On first swing.
First swing, so I was batting 1,000.
Was it just your hand?
Yeah, with my bare hand.
All right, let me ask you this. Have you ever successfully swatted a fruit fly in midair?
Yes.
Well, I don't think it's humanly possible. They fly like they're drunk. It's all slow. They're like Muhammad Ali with the kind of rope-a-dope bit. Because, I mean, like, you look at them, and I'm like, this must be the easiest prey to get. And every time you swing at it, it's like, missed. And I'm back right in front of your face.
The thing is, my wife always made fun of me because I tried it one-handed. She says you have to do it two-handed because then it slows them down because they're scared from both ends, and then that's when you can get them.
So your wife taught you the fruit fly.
She has the experience.
Okay.
All right. Very good.
There's something to learn.
Fruit flies are tougher. There's some of them that are a little bit easier. I was sitting in my friend's shop, right, like their garage.
Yeah.
So it's me and two friends, but my buddy has his office set up out there. So I'm a little bit higher up in an office chair.
Yeah.
And I don't know what we're talking about, but I mean, clearly it's a kind of like intense conversation or whatever. And there's one out of the corner of my eye, like Mr. Miyagi. I just like grab it, crumple it, and throw it away. And
Fruit fly?
I don't know if it was a fruit. It was something. I don't think it was a fruit fly, but and then my friend, she's just like, wait a minute, stop. Did you just kill a bug mid-conversation? I was like, yeah.
I'm good, man.
Trying to stay on the point here.
That's right.
Right? That's why I did it. Tried to be nonchalant about it.
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
And I remember putting together that Stroh's display, and like the manager, he's like, we're not going to sell much of it. And same thing, it's like, it's so cheap, you can probably give it away. And he's like, we're trying.
And you worked at a liquor store where like alcoholics went there, right?
Well, yeah, college kids.
Right. And they're still not buying Stroh's.
Correct.
That says a lot.
Well, I think every liquor store has alcoholics that go there.
Well, but you think of like Iron City in Pittsburgh. That's not the worst beer in the world. So I just assume
I drink at Iron City.
Like a lot of these local swills are kind of similar in a way, but I guess they're not.
Sure, but Stroh's found a way to say, no, we can make a really bad beer.
Good or bad, what did you or someone else do in an altered state? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Matt. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
So back in mid-2000s when I was in high school, me and my buddy, summertime, decided to go walking around downtown Edmonds, when they have one of the art days or whatever.
All right.
And we just decided to take a handful of shrooms each, didn't weigh it out. We just grabbed some, hucked it in, and started walking. And I'm about 5'11", and my buddy was about 6'6". He still is. He's still alive. But we were walking down the street, and you know how crows, when you walk into their nest, they kind of dive at you?
Yeah.
Well, this crow misjudged the dive, dived at me, and just nails my buddy in the head while he's full-blown tripping. And we stop, and we look at each other, and he just about to start crying, and he looks at me and goes, did that just bleeping happen? And I look at him and I was like, yeah, it did. And he just has a full-blown panic attack and sits down on the side of the road just crying because he's high on shrooms and a crow just hit him in the head.
How long was he crying?
It was a good 10 minutes.
Jeez.
Like, he was down.
Well, did it hurt?
I mean,
did it draw blood or anything?
No, he was totally fine physically. It was just the mental anguish of a crow hitting him in the head while
he's
on
tripping.
shrooms.
So are people walking by? It's a very public area where he's sitting there crying?
Yeah, this is a public area. This is one of the art days for Edmonds, so people are walking by, and we're getting weird looks. A cop pulls up, and he rolls down his window, and he goes, is he okay? And I look at the cop, and I just go, a crow just hit him in the head. And the cop goes, that's bleeping wild, and then drove off.
That's wild.
I mean, what else can cop do? All right, man.
Jesus.
Yeah, he got hit in the head by a crow. I'm a cop. I don't know what to do.
It doesn't seem like it should injure you that much, but I can imagine if you're tripping.
And they're pretty good sized birds. They're big.
Yeah.
And did the crow fly away?
Yeah, crow flew away, flew off, did its thing, lived its crow life.
I mean, right? He's not going to stop and stick around. Hey, crow, you stay here until that cop gets here.
What do you think would have happened if the crow dive bombed his ass again? Would he have had a full meltdown?
Oh, yeah, I think he probably would have pooped his pants.
Yeah. Crows don't care. They don't. I've seen them attack bald eagles.
Oh, yeah.
They're 4 times their size, 5 times their size. Like if I was an eagle, I'd just be like, guys, like just leave me the hell alone.
But it's safety and there's always like 5 crows on her.
Dude, I told you last Friday, man, when I saw that rat, and I mean the precision which it had to be a crow had eaten him, and he's just spread out 4 wide, perfect incision down the middle. It looked like they had just eaten all his insides. And it was so good, but it had to be a crow.
Did they eat? I don't know, man. When we saw, what was it, a pigeon smashed into the window in here?
Yeah. A seagull threw that thing up within a half hour, 15 minutes.
But it's all about the guts.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing about the skin, nothing with the feather. They want the guts. I did not realize the birds were into eating guts.
Mm-hmm.
So I saw that. And we're watching them do it. I'm like, my God, man.
Yeah. The saddest part about that one was when the blood tear fell out of its eye.
We were the last thing you saw.
Yeah, that sucks.
Because we're looking at
the pigeon?
Yeah, because we're standing over him. We go, you okay, buddy? And his eye just closed.
Yeah, the blood
filled
ran
him. Yeah, we're like, oh, my God.
Last sight on earth, it's us two over him going like, hey, man, what's up?
Yeah.
What a sucky way to end.
Yeah. I mean, that is. That's kind of awkward for everybody involved.
Oh, yeah.
Good or bad, what did you or someone else do in an altered state? 206-803-ROCK.
Thanks for making The Rock a part of your lives for 55 years. Visit the
My flies open. I'm like, cool. Hey, thank you, man. I'm stopping with my teeth. Thank you. If I pooped myself and didn't know, do you want to know?
What happened?
If you're in public,
it happened a couple times. What he's talking about, just growing up, because look, it's going to start at some point in time, And man, in the '80s, white pants, white Levi jeans were kind of a big deal.
Oh yeah.
And the girl sitting in front of me, she was going through it. I just tapped her on the shoulder and I said, "Hey, are you okay?" She's like, "Why?" And I'm like, "Well, you're bleeding." And I didn't really, I don't know. I didn't know
quite at the age.
I thought she was maybe bleeding on her back. Like, I didn't really know. I was maybe 13 years old, 12 years old.
Yeah, you don't know.
So I wasn't really. We had sex ed class, and they might say, "Well, women will start menstruating at this point in time," or something like that. But that's way over my head.
They don't say it's a bloody affair.
I don't know what that means. You know what I mean? So like I just like, Andrea, are you okay? And she's like, "Oh no," and then she took off running in the bathroom, and she was gone for the rest of the day. But
I think
that's actually how I learned about
But would you say something now?
But that's different.
Now that you know
think.
what it is.
Like Thrill's asking, it's another adult.
You know damn well what it is.
They poop their pants.
And maybe they're walking around the bar or somewhere public. Clearly, they don't know. But
okay, I'll tell you what.
Like, do you
do if I? Okay, no, I didn't. I've gone through this before. I was playing in a golf tournament with my uncle in Florida.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, a lot of the people in Florida are retired. They're older.
Sure.
But they're still out there swinging a golf club. So I'm in the tournament. The guy in front of me, the group in front of me that are teeing off, guy gets out of the cart. And his whole backside of his pants is basically not a maple leaf, but maybe a candy bar. And I did not say anything. I shook his hand, because my uncle introduced me to him because he knew him. They're all in the same club, so they all know each other. And I asked my uncle, I was like, "Man, did you see that he completely soiled himself?" And he's like, "Yes, I did." I said, "Okay, just making sure you saw that and it wasn't just me." But neither one of us said anything. I didn't go like, "Why didn't you tell him?" I was just like, I know why I'm not saying anything. I just met the guy. But still.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You'd think his playing partner would.
You would think his playing partner would.
But when we got back to the end, he was still there with the same pants on, so nobody told him.
I mean, I guess that's the other issue, though. Even if you told him, like, what's he going to do at that point?
It's not much they can do, but would you want to know?
Well, they do have lockers there. I mean, I don't know facility-wise if you're going to clean it up.
Well, let's just say it's you, right? I mean, sometimes
I have no idea this has happened.
Right. Or what's the term? Mud butt or something?
Yeah.
Right? It's kind of like you feel like you're
You might
sure?
think you have mud butt, but you're not convinced that you have stained the back of your pants.
Correct. So, like, I don't know. That's a tough one. Like, I want somebody being like, hey, man, you crapped your pants. Like, oh, no.
Maybe the approach would be this. Excuse me, sir, let me ask you something. He says, yeah. If you had pooped your pants and other people noticed, would you want to know? If they say, yeah, I absolutely would. Like, funny. You pooped yourself.
I was just
maybe
asking.
that's, hey, man, it's just a random question. If you say the answer is no, like, okay, curious. If you say yes.
I mean, it might depend, honestly, on circumstances, right? Like, if I'm near my house, all right, I'll run home. If I'm by my buddy's house, like, we'd share some clothes. Like, cool. I know I could fit into some of his sweats or his shorts, but, like.
So you're saying it depends.
Ironically.
You're getting on the plane. Yeah. You're at the airport.
Yeah.
Do you want someone to say, hey, man, just so you know, you might not want to get up and use the restroom on this flight because everyone's going to see that you pooped yourself. Would you want to know? I would. I'm not going to be happy, but I would rather one person on the flight tell me before 350 people see my muddy ass.
That's why you don't want to leave the house if you have diarrhea.
No.
When were you embarrassed for yourself or someone else? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Steve. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, bichola.
Hola.
So I'm on this church field trip for the youth group to Lake Taps, and we're standing on the dock, but we're all in our street clothes. And there was this girl that I kind of had a crush on, of course, that I wanted to pretend push into the lake. Only I did the push catch part wrong, and I ended up just pushing her into the lake. And of course, she wasn't too amused, and none of the other kids that were in the group were that amused either, because they threw me in too. So I got second baptism in my street clothes. So yeah, it was pretty embarrassing and stuff, and I ended up not going to that church anymore, but that worked out because, during football season, I'd rather be watching the Seahawks than going to church.
Did you stop going to that church because of that incident?
Yeah, I have to say that was the main type of thing because, I was the jerk who pushed a girl into the lake in her street clothes, And
that is bad luck.
Yeah. How you live and you learn, man.
Yeah, no matter the intent, that's a bad look.
Yeah. I was at there's an amphitheater in Baltimore that's down on the Inner Harbor. This is the same place where Ted at one point in time ate David Crosby's salmon during a CSN show or whatever it was.
Also, the greatest recovery in my life because you left and I took your front row seats. And I did not see a step. And to this day, I don't know how I almost fell over. I mean, it felt like my face almost hit the concrete.
All right.
And I managed to pull up and not fall. And this one guy just sticks his hand out and I high-fived it. And walked back.
Nice. Yeah. So I'm up there. This is a different show. I believe it was the Doobie Brothers or the Guess Who, somebody like that. One of those bands. But we're up there with another girl that I worked with who in the morning and another dude. And so I get up on the mic. And as soon as and it's the summertime, it's this outdoor summer concert place. And as soon as I get on the mic, my female co-host comes up and she takes my pants, which were, just shorts. At the time, I wasn't really big on wearing underwear because it gets swampy and hot in Baltimore. Yeah. So I was not. And she pants me, man. And I'm sitting there with my hand on the microphone, and I look down. It's a sold out show. There's, what does that hold? 3,500 people, maybe? Somewhere in there.
42, yeah.
I was going to say, I think it's closer to 5,000 people.
Okay, 5,000 people, yeah. Not only that, but I'm on a screen behind me.
Oh, even better.
I mean, all three of us are up there, so it's a wide shot. So it's not just like me from the chest up. It's all of us up there. And I mean, I'm just standing there, and there's other screens, and they have screens on the outside, too. So I'm looking, I'm like, I could have been over, pull my pants up. And I just pulled my pants up, and kept on going.
I mean, what else can you do, man?
But my face was beat red.
Thank God this was before the prolific camera phone.
Yeah.
Oh, we'd still be watching it now.
Definitely was.
This is the mighty 99.9 KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK from the Pinky's Plumbing Studio. You're in the men's room.
The drinks will be flowing that day, they say.
Oh, yeah.
Little outdoor drinking. Chaos W Miles Montgomery Golf Classic presented by Pinky's Plumbing. Going down Monday at Redmond Ridge Golf Club. That would be June the 8th. And we still do have a couple of foursomes that are still available. The package filled with breakfast, lunch, plenty of drinks will be flowing. Your chance to win tickets to see Guns N' Roses Black Crowes in Vancouver, BC on August 29th. That's the entire foursome. If you want, get on up to Vancouver, check out the show on an Amtrak train. We got the hotel accommodations taken care of and everything else. Godsmack tickets, tickets to our upcoming acoustic holiday show.
Yep.
All that and more. Sign up your foursome now at KISW.com. Our question today, what ended up in your house that you did not want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Justin. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
So my family has a place over in Leavenworth, and so I drove over there with my 6-year-old, and I was just putting her to bed, and my wife arrived with the 10-year-old, could hear them moving around, and all of a sudden my dog just lost its mind, was going crazy, and I was like, shut up, like, don't wake up the 6-year-old. So I get up and I walk out into the kitchen, and there, standing in the middle of the kitchen, is a full-size doe, looking completely bewildered. And I myself, only because I have it on video, I'm caught myself saying, what the how? Like, I had no idea what was happening. So I kind of opened the front door and sort of tried to show the doe out, and it proceeded to sprint full speed into the kitchen window.
Oh, no.
And thankfully it didn't shatter, but now I have a dazed and confused doe in the middle of my kitchen. So proceed to kind of make a corridor to let it out. And unfortunately, it sprints down the hallway into the bedroom where the 10-year-old was falling asleep. So follow into the room, and my 10-year-old is sitting up wide-eyed, and she's already named the deer, and she's ready to keep it.
Oh, Jesus, of course she is.
Excited as can be. And I walk in and open the patio sliding door, and once again, I'm like, please show yourself out. And it sprints into the master bathroom and shatters a 5-foot by 3-foot mirror. Just trying to exit through a mirror. And once that's shattered and glass is everywhere, it just slowly trots out the door.
And now that I've wrecked you, out the door. Yeah, my bad, man.
You said you own this place?
Yes.
Oh my God! So you had a lot of repair work to take care of.
You know, it could have been much worse. It was just the mirror in the end, but like, thankfully, it didn't shatter the window. And also, at one point, it put 2 front hooves on the bed where my daughter was, and I was like, that is not happening, right? She could have been definitely crushed. So
what?
Did the wife just leave the door open and it just came in behind her?
So yeah, as it turns out, my wife, when she arrived, pulled into the garage, left the garage door open, and then hadn't closed the door from the garage into the laundry room, and this deer just decided to come in. I mean, we had a skunk in the garage, we had a weasel in the garage. Like, there's plenty of varmints, but I never expected a deer in the kitchen.
Weasels are kind of nasty, right?
Yeah, when we caught that thing, it made noises that I've never heard. It was awful.
How did you catch it? What was your plan?
Unfortunately, I didn't have much to work with, so we found it behind a folding table that was leaning against the wall, and we pinned it with a shovel. And then, thankfully, it was right next to the door, so we opened the door and basically blocked it with another table so that it had only one way to go, and it showed itself out.
All right. Okay, so weasels.
Exciting living in Leavenworth. I'll be damned.
Yeah, we had my mother's deathly afraid of snakes, right?
I just like the idea. Just like, just a doe. Just sitting in my kitchen.
I'd rather deal with the doe than a skunk or a weasel, though.
Yeah.
The doe might do more damage. I understand that, but
at a large
it's not going to spray me. It's probably not going to bite me. But my mother, terrified of snakes, always has been. And I do not know. Long story short, I get home from school. My mother, I believe, was supposed to be at work that day. So she's home when I get home, which is weird. My mother's always very well put together, and she just was not when I walk in the house. So, like, her pajama top's like buttoned all crooked, right? No bra on, hair's all crazy. So I'm like, hey, what's going on? And you could tell she'd been upset earlier, clearly had hyperventilated the whole night, but I have no idea what's going on. This is Baltimore, so I'm just assuming someone tried to break in. It wasn't that at all. There was a snake in the kitchen. All right, so I'm like, well, where is it now? She's like, that mother effer's dead. Okay, so now I want you to understand. My mom deathly afraid of snakes, and it's a garter snake. It ain't gonna do anything to you other than freak you out. But she sees it, and so first she just freaks out, hyperventilates, calls my father at work. She said, "Your father said to me, what do you want me to do?" Like, I'm at work. I'm not driving 20 minutes home to take my foot and kick a snake out the door. He's like, just kick the goddamn thing out the door. She's not going to do it. She doesn't want to touch it. I understand. It's pure fear. All right? But keep in mind, as my mother's telling me this, the whole story is coming out like this. So I'm like, okay, so what do you do? She's like, I kept my eye on it to make sure he didn't disappear somewhere. It's a kitchen. You can get under the oven, fridge, whatever. So she's like, I want to keep an eye on it. And I grabbed the broom. And I opened the door and I tried to sweep them out. But snakes, whether you know or not, heavier than they look, right? Yeah. And we had this little weak-ass broom, so she's like, basically I just raked over top of the thing. It wouldn't go out the door. She's like, then I tried to nudge it, and he still won't go out the door. She's like, so then I just whacked him with the broom, that straight up hit the thing. And this is where she snapped and her fear disappeared. And the way she says it to me, and keep in mind, she is very intense when she's speaking to me. So when she tells me she hit the snake with the broom, she said it kind of reared up, and her quote was, "And that mother effer hissed at me in my home." She beat the living S out of this thing with this broom. I'm like, with a broom? You can see the blood spot on the floor. I'm like, with that broom, she beat the piss out of the snake and then swept it right outside of the door. So the only thing she asked me to do, so what I learned is, don't threaten my mother in her home. She will kill you. She made that very, very clear. So she swept it outside of the door, and it's directly outside of the kitchen door, which is outside. She's like, you got to get rid of it. I'm like, all right. So I'm leaning down just to pick it up, and she screams, which makes me jump back. I'm like, what? It might be faking it. I'm like, Mom.
It might be faking it.
That's what she told me.
You never know.
I said, it is covered in ants. There's a pool of blood coming out of its crushed skull. I said, if he's faking it, like, he is gone. Oh, and so I picked up the snake, threw it in the neighbor's yard. And even when she asked me, she goes, did you throw it in the neighbor's yard? I'm like, no. She knew I did, but I'm like, look, if it bugs you, go find it.
I told you my buddy Will had the same thing last summer, right? He's like out in front of his house, and he lives in a nice little neighborhood, right? Yeah. You know, a bottleneck or whatever. So his kids are out there in the little cul-de-sac playing. And like they come in, same thing. He's like me. He's not a big, and your mom, not a big fan of snakes. And I think it's probably a black snake or whatever, a garter snake. But same thing, it keeps like trying to like get up in the garage. So all he had was a little kid shovel. So basically he said he had to like attack it 3 times before he could like.
A little cheap ass plastic shovel.
Right. And his kids are watching him just slowly. And like it leaves and then it comes back. He's trying to chop the head off.
With a plastic shovel.
With a plastic shovel. Eventually he did, and he felt victorious. But his kids were obviously, they're all three kids within a young age, and they're just mortified.
Oh, of course.
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Donnie. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola. Hola.
How you doing?
Doing good, Donnie. How are you, man?
Doing good. I got a story about I was a grower in eastern Washington, and it's miserable over there. And when I first came back, I stayed at a buddy's house or a buddy's place. He had a big piece of property, and he asked me to take care of some of his pot plants when I got back. And
you didn't smoke any of it, did you?
A little bit.
I bet you did.
Yeah, a little bit. But anyway, he took off to eastern Washington, or he took off to California and wanted me to fix his whole place. And while I was doing that, I got all the plants good and everything. It was going great. But he had these mats at the bottom of on the floor. And I took them all out. I cleaned them all out. And, well, long story short, his horse got away. And when I was putting the plants back in, the horse came in and started eating all of his plants. I'm looking on the other side of the room, like placing all the plants in a nice spot, and the horse had them all devoured.
How
many plants?
Yeah, like what % of his grow operation did this horse eat?
Probably about 50%.
Oh man, did he just eat it that fast you couldn't get him out of there?
Yeah. The thing was in there devouring them just that fast.
And then what do you do? Because horses kind of don't F around, man. So you got a horse that's very happily eating, and now I have to convince it to stop and get the hell out. Like, do you yell at it? Do you slap its ass? What?
Yeah, I'm not a horse guy, man.
Did you get the horse back in the pen?
He wasn't a thoroughbred, but he was thoroughly fed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know what to do, but I got him out of there, and luckily the plants were really nice. Like I got them fixed up pretty good, and so they kind of like doubled in size. The shoots started coming out from it
because he pruned them basically.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. But,
was he eating was he eating the buds or was he eating like the whole plants?
No, they weren't in bud yet. Right.
All right. I bet he got stoned as all get out.
I don't know, because somebody had said before, like, if you don't heat it, you're not going to get stoned.
That right. For humans, you got to activate it.
But for animals, deer eat it like crazy. That's why they have all those traps around outdoor growing.
But I think they also might just like eating it.
Yeah.
Right. Now, the horse, I don't know.
Right. Okay. What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
I mean, look, you'd have to try the theory. It'd be gross. But I'm pretty sure if you just ate a bud, it wouldn't do anything to you.
Probably not.
Because you got to, like, generally, right, you either cook it into food or make it a butter, or you got to light it with flame, right? It's like, I'm almost positive THC gets activated when there's heat resource to it.
Don't tell the deer.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh, we're all over it now, man.
It would be kind of funny to see a deer with a lighter.
Yeah, or a vape. Hello, Chris. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Hola. Yeah, we got you, man.
How you doing?
Doing good, Chris.
Yeah, I love your show. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man. Sure.
I think I got a good one. So my girlfriend and I drove from Seattle out to Detroit because her parents nicely bought us a little house, and just outside of 8 Mile. And we moved in the first night. We're laying in bed. We're trying to go to bed, and we hear thump up in the ceiling, like the attic, right? We're upstairs in the bedroom, and then we hear squeak, 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 thump, 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 thump. Squeak, 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 thump, thump, thump. So I run downstairs, get a broom, and I'm like slamming the ceiling, trying to figure out what's up there. One was quite heavy, and there sounded like a bunch of pups. They were raccoons. I didn't know at the time, but every time I thumped the ceiling, she would move the pups, over to another corner. So we went on doing that for like a half an hour. My girlfriend worked at the Humane Society, so the next day she's like, let's call an exterminator, but it has to be like, a
friendly one.
Yeah, right. Like, we don't want to, like, try to trap, other than trapping or whatever. She don't want to, like, kill him.
Right.
So we call this guy, and he's like Batman. We climb up on the roof. I go with him. He's all full of, like, vigor and confidence. And we're up on the roof, and he's like, there's your problem. There's, like, a little hole in one of the, eaves of the attic where, like, animals can get in. And he's like, you got coons. I'm like, okay. And then I look at him. I'm like, well, what do we do? And it's Detroit, so it's flat, and the houses are just, like, one by one down the street. So you can see all the other rooftops. There's not a lot of topography.
Yeah. I lived off of 5 Mile on Warwick Avenue for a while.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Same area.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool area. She grew up there, so I learned a lot about that area. It's really kind of cool.
It's just an old neighborhood. Yeah, that's all it is with the yards.
Well,
and
that made us think it was all ghetto.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I mean, I don't remember
Detroit, so.
Yeah, it's expansive. It's different from Seattle for sure, but you could see what once was,
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, look, you're right. I think any major city that has the quote unquote whatever the bad area is, there's still going to be decent sections of that bad area.
Better section.
Our area, they call it the township, was called Pleasant Ridge.
Yeah.
See, that's what I don't believe.
Yeah, exactly.
Anything that has a
Pleasant
name like
or
that.
ridge. Yeah. Heights.
View, heights, all, at least on the East Coast.
Until I moved here, I used to feel that way about Terrace. But Mount Lake Terrace is pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also
listen,
landing.
Terrace on the East Coast is worse than any other place you're going to go, right?
Correct.
Heights is always bad, right? And I don't care if it's Magnolia Heights. They will give it the sweetest name. You go there, you're going to take a bullet to the chest. If
Also-
it says Terrace, just don't freaking
But if it
go.
says park, too, then you're really screwed. If it's like Terrace Park,
I mean, in that case, that's like an indicator. Like,
It's not a park.
We call it a terrace park.
It's not a park.
And there's no terraces.
Any park is not a park.
Yeah.
It is weird. You're right, though, because, like,
everything there.
I was in, right, I grew up
Park
in College
Heights.
Park, and, like, the next town over wasn't too bad, but it was something Heights.
Mm-hmm.
But then, like, where I went to grade school, Beltsville, which was just around the corner, Beltsville was kind of nice.
But think about the name.
But most of my friends lived in Beltsville Heights.
Right, exactly. It was code, man.
It really is.
Yeah, like my grade school, you could see the difference. Like that family lives in Beltsville. Like, yeah, I mean, literally, the people I'm still friends with, they all lived in the Heights.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, Steve, but Hill, too.
Hill, yeah.
Hill's
Anything they put on
yeah.
to make it sound natural or beautiful is an indication that this
not.
is the
It's probably-
freaking ghetto. Like, what's the movie that just came out? Wuthering Heights. I know what the story's about, and I know it's about England and all this, but it just made me chuckle because when they first started advertising it, I'm like, if you put this in Baltimore, this cast is entirely different.
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
Even on the commercial. You know, it's kind of like, I don't know the full thing, but on the commercial, like, it shows the main male lead and the male female lead, and she's saying something to the effect of, like, why did you go away? And his response was something to the effect of, I don't know, why did you leave me? And I'm like, this from Baltimore, Wuthering Heights. I'm like, bitch, where you been? No, I was at where I was. Right? That same scene, just would have been said different. Yeah.
I was at where I was.
I was at where I was. That's the kind of answer you got. Hello, Alan. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola.
Hola.
So, growing up, I was living right next to the Green River, so a lot of critters, varmints would come through. And we had a
Serial
cat.
killers, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I had a cat that would, more often than not, bring in, like, a lot of dead animals, rabbits, rats, that kind of thing. But occasionally would bring in some live ones. So one time, it was bringing in... I'm setting up for a party for my dad's birthday. Going to have like 50 plus people or something. And I see the cat right outside the front porch with a rat in its mouth. And I'm like, oh no, we got to get that thing out of here. And immediately he darts inside, drops the rat thinking that it's just dead. Oh no, it wasn't. Of course not. So then the rat ends up crawling underneath the couch and then ends up getting behind like the china cabinet and all that stuff. And it was just a whole ordeal trying to get this little rat out of the house before 50 plus people show up. And eventually it took like 3 people to just corner it and get it outside safely.
How long did it take you guys to pull this off?
We were actually pretty quick about it. Maybe like 5 minutes total.
That's not
not bad.
No.
That is not bad.
No, not at all.
Yeah, that's one thing with the cat. Hey, if you're going to drop the dead animal, can you make sure that the thing's dead?
What ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? 206-803-ROCK.
Hello, Jolene. Welcome to the men's room.
Hey.
Hola.
Hola. So I had a swamp rat in my house, and it had
Swamp rat.
a swamp. Look it up. It's
I'm
swamp
about
rat.
to. All right.
Where were you living that had swamp rats?
So we're in South Carolina. You know my dad. He's
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, I got you.
scary. You know.
Is it the same as Nutria, or are they different?
They're the same thing.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
So, anyways, we had 1,000,000 of them in our house.
What did you do?
All right.
Did you have a swamp rat party? What was going down?
Oh yeah, dear, you tell them. No, you don't. Oh,
No, you tell him. Now you tell him, Jerry.
Hey, they had a swamp rat party, Miles. Maybe that's all there is to it.
Drinking Mad Dog 2020 swamp rat party.
hey, and I know you like to golf, and we just had the golf tournament here.
Where's that?
Are you in Hilton Head?
Yeah, Hilton Head.
There you go.
All right.
Okay. So how'd you get rid of your...
The house. You guys need to come.
They had a party, dude.
Yeah, swamp rat
That's a
party.
swamp rat
million swamp
You were
rats.
there?
Tell him, Jerry. Yeah.
Were you there?
No. We missed the swamp rat.
No. We were not at the swamp rat party. We're wondering how did you call the party to an end? When was the closing time?
We killed it. I have a dog that eats them, and he finally came out, and he had one of them in his mouth, and I was like, ew.
You should be on the South Carolina Tourist Board.
Okay, so that's how you get rid of
If
them.
you guys ever want to come visit us, you're more than welcome.
Sounds very appealing.
Right.
Really,
we appreciate it. Look, there might be swamp rats in the house, but my dog will eat them.
Million of them.
And just let the dog eat them all, man.
Swamp rat party.
Oh, man, were you guys there?
There was a golf tournament there. Swamp rat party.
Were you there? Like, wait, did you actually throw a swamp rat party?
I think we should have just left it.
No.
Were
That's
you
what
there?
they're doing.
Hey, look,
it's a nice area.
It's 7:50. They got a good buzz on already.
Were you there?
Tara Daly, Steve Mix, the Daily Mix Morning Show coming up. We're going to sit and spin. We've got 10 bands with farewell tours that weren't. And we've got your emails coming up next in the men's room at KISW.com.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on Inaction News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, a man in China continues to make headlines as he pursues his goal of climbing the 50 most popular mountains in China.
Why is that a headline? My uncle tried to visit all 503 Piggly Wiggly supermarkets in the U.S. He's not on the news.
Why is your uncle trying to visit all the Piggly Wigglies?
I don't know, man. Uncle Bernard's always been a little crazy.
Well, the man in China might be a little crazy too, because he plans to climb each of the 50 mountains on his hands.
On his hands, man.
On his hands. He's already climbed the highest peak of the Wudang Mountains, as well as the Tiananmen Mountain, which he climbed in 5 hours.
I have to tell my cousin Angelo about this guy.
Why would your cousin Angelo care?
Angelo walks upside down, too.
Why does he walk upside down?
Not much choice, Playboy. He was born with hands where his feet should be and feet at the end of his arms, so he walks upside down so that he can walk on his feet.
Your cousin has feet at the end of his arms?
And hands where his feet should be.
Your cousin has feet at the ends of his arms and walks upside down so that he's walking on his feet? That's what you're telling me.
That's what I'm telling you, man. His twin brother Hector, he was born normal. So to show solidarity, he walks on his hands.
You have twin cousins. One of them with feet for hands, the other with a normal body.
Yeah.
And the cousin with the normal body,
Hector.
Yes, Hector walks on his hands like a handstand to show solidarity with his brother who has to walk upside down because his feet are at the ends of his arms.
Yeah, man, it's not that complicated, Stone. Angelo walks upside down to walk on his feet. Hector walks upside down on his hands.
How is someone born with feet for hands and hands for feet?
My uncle used to ask that question a lot, man. The doctors called it a genetic glitch.
That's a bit of an understatement. It also seems unfair that one twin is born with that condition.
Oopsie-doodleism.
What?
Oopsie-doodleism. That's the name of the condition.
Oopsie-doodleism.
That's what they call it, Playboy.
Right. It seems unfair that one cousin suffers from oopsie-doodleism and the other cousin was born anatomically correct.
Who, Hector?
He is the cousin with the hands and feet where they should be?
Yeah, man, but Hector wasn't anatomically correct either, Playboy.
What do you mean?
His hands and feet are normal, man, but he was born with his face on the back of his head.
Come on, Felix. Your cousin was born with his face on the back of his head?
Yeah, so even though he walked on his hands to support Angelo, he had to walk backwards to see where he's going.
He walked backwards? On his hands?
Yeah, because it's faith, man.
Was on the back of his head. Got it.
My uncle had wooden legs.
Wooden legs?
Yeah, but he had real feet.
Wait, your uncle had wooden legs, but real feet?
Yes.
How is that possible?
I don't know. Never asked. That's just how I always knew my uncle.
Okay, supposing that is true. He certainly had to have complications.
Yeah. Termites.
Termites?
Yeah. They ate away at his legs. Because they were wood.
Let's go to break. We will be back next hour.
Thank you for watching. Please like and share this video. It helps us a lot. And be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and social media pages at Inaction News.
You'll pick from one of two categories and try to get as many right in said category before 3 strikes and you're out. Steve, who is our contestant, ready to play your guess, is as good as mine.
Hello, Luke. Welcome to the men's room.
Hola, gentlemen.
Hola. Luke, welcome to the program. And your guess is as good as mine. All right, Luke, your 2 categories you can pick from. Today we have the best airline in America. As Wallet Hub has put out a list of the best airlines in America, they include the 9 largest U.S. airlines, plus 2 regional ones, and compared them across 16 metrics: cancellations, delays, mishandled baggage, entertainment options, Wi-Fi, legroom, price, and safety. I will give you the 2 regional airlines, just to make it a little bit easier for you, okay?
Yeah, that's okay, because I haven't done a lot of flying in my life.
Okay. So would you rather have the states that spend the most money on booze as your category?
Sure.
Okay. All right, Luke, that's where we'll go.
I like the certainty.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Whatever.
Go ahead, let's risk it.
Yeah. Recent report analyzed the states that spend the most on alcohol. Not surprisingly, Utah came in dead last due to the tight alcohol rules there. On the flip side, the state that spent the most, each adult drops an average of $1,250 a year on booze, which sounds like a lot, but when you break it down, it's only about $104 per month or $24 per week.
I know I spend more than that a week on.
Now, Luke, listen up here. I'm going to give you the states that are not on the most expensive list. This will hopefully help you narrow it down. So Utah
is this about just price point or amount drank?
This is more about price point.
Okay.
All right, so depending on
how
where
much
you live,
spend, not necessarily how much you drink.
Yes, exactly. And geography has a lot to do with that. So Utah is 50th at $606 per person. West Virginia pays the second least, possibly due to the fact that there's
got their own
moonshine.
moonshine.
Not only that, but like a gallon of gas there is still $3.
Right.
I mean, they just don't spend enough because the economy can't support it. The rest of the bottom 10. So none of these, Luke. Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Ohio, Idaho, Kentucky, Indiana, and Alabama. So think of some expensive states and where you think people spend the most money on booze.
Well, coupling some principles from Profile This, I'm going to guess New Jersey?
New Jersey. Not on the list.
I would think.
I would guess Washington State.
Washington's super expensive. Maybe Cali.
I
maybe
just assume Cali.
Maybe Massachusetts.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shot in the dark. Washington State.
Washington State is number 9. The average Washingtonian spends $1,071 a month on alcohol and booze.
I would put it this way. I mean, we're used to paying what we pay, right? But it is kind of a ripoff. We were in New Mexico. My wife and I went to Total Wine and More. Mm-hmm. And the guy greeted us when we walked in. Hey, where are you guys from? We said Seattle. The first words out of his mouth after that, we don't have a booze tax here. Like, it's so notorious. Okay. Like, he already knew. Like, you're going to love it.
I know it's not an expensive state, but those people love drinking. I would have to think Wisconsin is on this list somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say Wisconsin, too, based on what a comedian said on Dry Bar Comedy.
They drink. It's just not that expensive to drink there.
That's
it's not that they don't drink. Okay.
I mean, you're right.
Luke, let me. Geographically speaking, where are 2 of the farthest states away from us?
Alaska.
Okay, that's number one. $1,250 per person per year. So geography does fit into this on two states. So that's the big
Where was
clue.
Alaska?
You've already got one of them. Yeah. Alaska's number one.
Hawaii, it would be my guess, man.
Yeah. Hawaii.
Okay, that's number 8. The average resident of Hawaii spends $1,095 a year on booze. A lot of that has to do with just how expensive everything is there just to get it there. All right, you're right on Washington and Hawaii, and you're right on Alaska.
Okay. So.
Possibly California because they tax everything.
Yeah. Much like here, I'm going to go with California.
That's third strike.
That is the third strike.
Oh, damn. Sorry, man. Yeah. My bad.
Okay.
I thought for sure. Okay, so hang on. So we got Washington, which we know because we live here. Alaska and Hawaii explains themselves.
Ted already mentioned one. Massachusetts is number 4. $1,186.
New York?
New York is not the most expensive.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
Because they have a lot of blue laws. I just figured they would attach it to that.
But you can stay in the northeast for a couple of these.
Maybe Connecticut?
Connecticut is not on the list either.
Okay. Jesus.
But there's two there.
In the northeast.
The northeast. There's 2. Where people drink a lot, apparently.
Maine?
Maine is not on the
list. Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Not on the list.
Vermont?
Vermont not on the list, but very close.
New Hampshire?
New Hampshire's number 6. $1,120 average a month.
Nothing against New Hampshire, but it's always the last state, I guess, in the Northeast.
Little teeny tiny state up there is also on the list.
We already said Vermont, didn't I?
Yes. Teeny tiny.
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island's number 5.
Really?
1,156.
What is going on in that little itty-bitty pocket between New Hampshire and Rhode Island? You can fit it in your own backyard.
Mm-hmm.
But they're drinking that much or spending that much.
Now we've got to, let's see here. Okay. We have a couple of states which I would consider Midwestern, but they're really not. They're more northern Midwestern. We've got one West Coast state remaining.
So Oregon.
Oregon's number 7. $1,105 per average per month.
Northern, so is that like Illinois?
I would go a little bit more west than that. And I don't know why people just drink in the state. You know what? It makes kind of sense. As
Minnesota?
Minnesota's not on the list.
Jesus.
We return to the men's room with Miles and Thrill.
All right, Daily Mix Morning Show stopping by momentarily. We'll sit and spin. We got 10 bands with farewell tours that were not, but first time for a few emails for the men's room at KISW.com.
You've got mail. You've got mail.
Couple from our question: what ended up in your house that you didn't want in your house? As far as couch surfing friends. Guys, we had one of those, and he lived in the corner of our dining room under the table. His name was Jordan. I hated that guy. But my roommate paid more bills than me. So he got to decide if he's going to stay or not.
Yay.
Let's see.
The roommate paying the most. That was always my issue with DB. Yep. Great roommate. We had a couple girlfriends that were over all the time, but he paid a lot more for the big room, and I was like, all right.
Does that include the really stupid one you dated?
She's the one.
I thought so. You said something earlier. I'm like, she's just, look, I only met her once, I believe, but there's no way to truly explain the depth of how stupid this woman was. This is not an insult. This is not anything. In fact, I smoked a joint with her in her Jeep. We were at the bar, and I walked back in, and I saw Ted, and I had to ask her, and I was being dead serious. I was like, Ted, is she honestly that stupid, or is she kind of a comedic genius? Because if she's not stupid and she acts that way, it's like Borat. She's brilliant. Ted's like, she's dumb.
Correct.
I've never met anyone that dumb.
And almost like a movie, because don't get me wrong, she was very nice. She was very attractive.
All of that.
But just whatever her schedule was, because we were doing a midday show, when I would get home, she would just be on that goddamn couch, right? And she'd always like, hey, Ed, good to see you. And I'm just like, God damn.
What was her name, Becca?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like just one day, I'd like to come home and just chill and watch Sports Center.
Was so stupid.
And then there was stuff in my building I didn't even know about. She was like, yeah, there's a room for that. It was like, you don't actually live here.
Guys, Green Lake is loaded with bats. Lots of people don't know this. I didn't know that either. What was in my house I didn't want? Bitches, the cops. The freaking cops. I was sleeping on the couch, and my wife watched them walk down the driveway with their flashlights, then let them bitches in. Woke me up, and off to jail I went. Probation violation. Good times. That from Raymond, the transplant from Klamath Falls, Ted.
I mean, it sounds about right for Klamath Falls.
Guys, I had an unwanted seagull in my house. The cat brought it in alive. And when you're small, they are huge. Just kind of had to open all the doors and windows and wait for it to get itself out. Okay, birthday time brought to you by Men's Room Roasted Red Salsa from San Juan Salsa Company.
Dip responsibly.
All right, good morning, guys. I'll listen to you guys for several years, and by proxy have gotten my son and youngest daughter into your show. I was hoping you could give my daughter, Guinevere, a happy birthday shout-out. Today is her 9th birthday. So could she get the captain and then Coach Ted telling her how awesome turning 9 is and a few wet farts. Thank you, guys. That from Matthew from Port Orchard.
Ooh, well, ahoy there, and happy 9th birthday. Just so you know, I had to talk to my lawyers to be able to even speak to you, but I'll tell you what, when the old Capitan turned 9 years old, I was all excited for my birthday party. But instead of getting me cake, my parents bought me cornflakes, and I know what you're thinking, that's lame, and it was lame, make no mistake, but also on that day, I met a new foreign exchange student from India. You know him as Tony the Tiger. So he was a little disappointed by these cornflakes as well, and he rolled up to me and said, Captain, yeah, they called me Captain when I was 9 as well, and they said, Captain, I think we should put some sugar on those cornflakes, make them more palatable. And we added sugar to the cornflakes, and I said, wow, Tony, you should sell that as a cereal. And Frosted Flakes was born. Crunch Berries.
All right, 9. You know, good year. Not the double digits yet, but you get a little bit older, get a little more independence, probably make a lot of good friends. I'd say this is probably the age you're going to play a sport or try something new. Try it out. Listen to Coach. Try new things in your 40s. It's going to be really hard. No, that seems like it's really far away. It's not, kid. Other than that, just go out and enjoy tonight. I say you get some pizza or a burger, something good. Maybe some chicken nuggets. You never know.
Whatever it is you like, get twice as much as normal.
Yeah, you get dessert tonight.
Guys, my buddy Luke is his Dirty 30 birthday shout-out today. Absolute legend, local farmer mechanic, now part owner of a high-end fancy bar and restaurant in North Carolina called 83. That is under construction right now.
Well, go to the swamp rat parties in the Carolinas.
You're missing it. Can I get some dirty Germans trying out his new fancy restaurant? Thanks, guys. That from his best buddy, Jared.
Yeah, look, I have not even looked at your menu. I'm simply going to ask you, do you have sausage and pie? They are the two things I like in my mouth the most.
Yeah, so I like the way the English refers to them as bangers.
Yeah.
So.
Can we throw a bang at your bar? In 83, what position is that?
So it's got to be north-south, right?
I just imagine one of you is of the larger size.
Oh, gentlemen, I want to wish my boyfriend, my wonderful husband, Brandon, a very happy 40th birthday.
They're married, Miles.
Yeah, he thinks he's turning into an old man, but he almost never yells at the neighborhood children and doesn't look a day over 40. This is his first birthday shout-out from you guys because his birthday would always fall on the weekend or a day off. He would love to hear Thrill Shotgun Gets with a Michael Jackson hee-hee, some dad jokes from Miles, and to hear you guys talking all over yourselves about the best advice you give a 40-year-old man. Thank you guys. I know it'll make him smile, and thank you for everything you guys do for so many of us every day. Props, guys. That from Erica.
Get. I take it.
Get. A man's wife tried to cut off his penis.
Oh, yeah?
And she missed and cut his thigh instead. She was charged with a misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor. All right.
Did you know humans eat more bananas than monkeys?
No.
Have you ever eaten a monkey?
No.
I have not.
Fair.
Couple more. I told my girlfriend that I have a half-brother in Sydney Harbor, Australia.
Oh, got to get eaten by a shark?
Different dad, she asked. I said, no shark attack.
Yeah.
Here's another one you like. My dad is a magician who saws people in half.
Oh, yeah?
I have 2 half-sisters. I asked the librarian if they had any books on turtles. She said, hardback? And finally, I asked my Italian dad where the boat went. He said, it's gondola. Bitches, today's a big 5-5 for me. Almost forgot I share a birthday with the drunk and charged Ryan Castle. So how about a little love for him as well? How about a Leroy Jenkins, a Joey Chestnut, and maybe Coach Ted there wondering why skinless bangers aren't a standard birthday party food. Thanks for everything you do there from Jersey. I'll give you some skinless bangers music instead.
Let's do this. Leroy Chestnut!
Mom, can we have some skinless bangers at this party? Mom, not the ones with the skin on them, the skinless ones. They hurt my tummy when they have the outside. We should have them at every party, the skinless bangers.
Happy birthday to the greatest man. That's my husband, Ted. He turns 55 today.
Hey,
Enjoy your fish sandwich and the men's room beer. Thank you guys for the wonderful show every day. That from Kay.
$2 fish sandwich.
And one more birthday.
A fillet of fish sandwich.
Gentlemen, can I please get my dear friend Mike, pronounced Ash, a birthday shout-out for his 56th trip around the ball of fire. Super talented and funny man. Best of all, a caring friend for almost 4 decades. How about a fart of any choice there, and now hitting the window, and some thrill shotgun gets. That from the THC Lone Hippie.
What else they need? Ow?
Yep. Get! I say get! All right, guys, here you go. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday. Happy, happy, happy birthday to you, to you, to you.
Ya's a Dirty Germans brought to you by Men's Room Original Sausage. Available through Uli's world famous sausage, mensroomlive.com, and other fine retailers. Schweinefleisch.
Calling the situation some pretty serious stuff, and saying the federal investigators will review the incident over the next short period, identifying at least 10 deaths or disappearances that all might fall under review, though the people involved had varying and sometimes tenuous links to scientific research. CBS News also has a thorough look at the deaths, but the story sounds a little bit skeptic. I guess they are on some things, trying to figure out the link among these.
All right.
But one of the most high-profile cases is that of retired Air Force Major General William Neal McCaslin, who is 68. He is a former head of the Air Force Research Laboratory. He went missing in February in New Mexico and was the subject of a silver alert, citing unspecified medical concerns. Now, authorities have said they see no sign of foul play in this case. He still remains missing. But the list goes back to July 2023, with the death of a NASA astrophysicist named Michael David Hicks. No cause of death has been released in his case. Other notable deaths. California Institute of Technology astrophysicist Carl Grillmar. He was fatally shot in February, and the body of Novartis researcher Jason Thomas was recovered from a lake in Massachusetts a few months after he went missing. The Department of Energy's nuclear security arm is also reported to be looking into the incidents.
Jesus.
So this is
it's weird.
Pretty crazy stuff. As you know, today is 420, so if you partake, maybe see if you can block some time out at the end of the day to touch grass, as they say. Here are 10 stats about marijuana to help celebrate the holiday.
All right.
87% of Americans support legalizing marijuana in some way. 54% say it should be legal for medical and recreational use. Another 33% say it should be legal for medical use only. Only 12% of the population in America says it should just be downright illegal.
And all of them are over the age of 70.
Young people, they're apparently cool with smoking it. 31% of Americans ages 75 and older favor legalizing marijuana for both uses. So if you're 75 or older, you're like,
I'm retired, I don't care.
The hell with it. As do 49% of those ages 65 to 74. So believe it or not, this is a big shift in the elder population and their views on marijuana. But 65% of adults under 30, they're like, yeah, no big deal. It should be legalized everywhere.
I mean, look, it's just not hard if you talk. I mean, just talk to cops, right? Like, generally, people just are not getting in fights because they're too stoned.
Right. You want to deal with the stoner, you want to deal with the drug.
Do you want the drug dealers to have all that money, or would you like some of it to go to taxes for roads, education, senior benefits, all those other things where they go to? So.
Yeah, the tax revenue is great.
It really is. And it's not going to like a drug dealer.
Yeah.
And not that there's anything wrong with a drug dealer making money. But
just because something's legal doesn't mean you have to do it.
Exactly.
Well, and also,
smoking is legal. Most people choose not to do it. I mean, it's that simple.
And also with legalization, too, like, I just, it always sucked that you had to go to like a real drug dealer just to get marijuana.
Right.
Yes. You know what I mean? Because you just put yourself in a more.
Well, it's also still a class 1 drug.
Yeah.
Right. So you're just putting yourself in a more dangerous situation than I think most stoners would ever go to.
Now, Trump talked about maybe 7-8 months ago about decriminalizing that level.
Yes.
But still haven't heard anything since that initial statement.
I mean, I still think a big part of legalization and that movement, it sucks that America doesn't own their big beer companies anymore, but taking that lobbying money out of Capitol Hill, I think, helped it.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, here's the difference on marijuana legalization and how people support it and how differently it's increased. 40 years ago, 81% of Americans said absolutely not, this should be an illegal drug. Now it's 16%. So it's basically almost completely flipped. Now, that doesn't mean that everyone wants to use cannabis. 51% of U.S. adults have used marijuana at least once. That's less than the 85% who have never consumed alcohol, and 65% who have never used tobacco or nicotine products.
All right.
But believe it or not, nicotine is making a weird comeback.
What, through Zens and vapes?
Correct.
Just
nicotine,
not cigarettes.
right, not cigarettes.
As long as you're not smoking any kind of smoke into your lungs, nicotine does have some positive effects as far as stamina goes. You're more alert oftentimes with a dose of nicotine. That's why they say some people just wear a patch, even though they're not trying to quit smoking.
Right, just keep that.
Just to slap their arm and bam, it's like a shot of caffeine. Chewing the nicotine gum. It's the same thing. Far fewer are current users. In 2023, 23% of adults said they had used marijuana in the prior year. They say 52% of U.S. adults say legalizing marijuana for recreational use is good for local economies. 27% say legalizing it decreases the use of harder drugs like heroin, fentanyl, and cocaine. But most Americans support easing penalties for people with marijuana convictions. 61% support removing or expunging marijuana-related offenses from people's criminal records.
I agree.
I mean, that should not be why people are in jail.
I mean, look, I don't have any scientific stuff to back it up. But again, my mother, who, has early onset, like, giving her a little bit of marijuana, it was mind-blowing to see her reaction.
As far as how much, more focused she was?
Yeah, because with Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
And that you have nighttime, which kind of gets worse.
Sure.
But man, that last night we had dinner, she had a little bit of an edible. She was firing on all cylinders.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Cracking jokes. I was like, oh, you should probably take a little bit of this every day.
Now, there are 24 states, including the District of Columbia, that allow marijuana for both recreation and medical use. In 16 states, it is legal just for medical use. But there are 10 that say absolutely no way on any level. That would be, in case you're thinking about moving, Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. The Carolinas don't have any weed down there. That's a shame. They're on the beach for crying out loud.
They got tobacco.
And booze.
Ah, there you go. Indiana, Wisconsin, which seems strange. Maybe that's an alcohol thing as far
There
as
might be a lobby there.
lobbying.
Like, if it's Wisconsin and I have beer, like, do not legalize weed.
Iowa, Kansas, Wyoming, they say the worst state. What is the worst state? Believe it or not, in the United States to get caught with marijuana.
I would say Mississippi.
Okay.
Texas.
It's a neighboring state to Washington.
Oh,
Idaho.
They do not. They don't
play
even
around.
hide it.
No, they don't play around with that.
They don't want you there. Seems like.
No, they sit around that border, man. Near
That's
Coeur d'Alene
ironic.
And pop you. The weird thing about it is, though, is that on that border there, on 90, I want to say, I can't remember which is which, but Idaho has a better deal on the
fireworks,
alcohol sale.
Oh, okay.
Based on
Probably.
taxes. Okay, I also want to say that one is more lax on strip clubs and then marijuana. So when you hit that border, everything on the Washington side, for the most part, is weed.
We got
dispensary,
weed.
right?
Yeah.
You cross that line, and I'm pretty sure it's booze and strip.
We got booze.
We got strip clubs.
Idaho's the only state I know where both their neighbors are not big fans. Like when I go to Montana in the summer, the people I hang out with, some of them are a little bit older, they are very, very conservative people. And even they're like, Idaho's full of psychos.
Really?
Yeah, it kind of shocked me. I go, well, also they're in Montana, so a lot of them still like their weed.
Sure.
They just happen to lean much more conservative. Whereas Idaho is just so conservative, they don't want anything.
Yep.
Keep having fun.
Okay. Speaking of drugs.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on Inaction News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, a man in China continues to make headlines as he pursues his goal of climbing the 50 most popular mountains in China.
Why is that a headline? My uncle tried to visit all 503 Piggly Wiggly supermarkets in the U.S. He's not on the news.
Why is your uncle trying to visit all the Piggly Wigglies?
I don't know, man. Uncle Bernard's always been a little crazy.
Well, the man in China might be a little crazy too because he plans to climb each of the 50 mountains on his hands.
On his hands, man.
On his hands. He's already climbed the highest peak of the Wudang Mountains, as well as the Tiananmen Mountain, which he climbed in 5 hours.
I have to tell my cousin Angelo about this guy.
Why would your cousin Angelo care?
Angelo walks upside down, too.
Why does he walk upside down?
Not much choice, Playboy. He was born with hands where his feet should be and feet at the end of his arms, so he walks upside down so that he can walk on his feet.
Your cousin has feet at the end of his arms?
And hands where his feet should be.
Your cousin has feet at the ends of his arms and walks upside down so that he's walking on his feet? That's what you're telling me.
That's what I'm telling you, man. His twin brother Hector, he was born normal. Short of social solidarity, he walks on his hands.
You have twin cousins, one of them with feet for hands, the other with a normal body.
Yeah.
And the cousin with the normal body,
Hector.
Yes, Hector walks on his hands like a handstand to show solidarity with his brother who has to walk upside down because his feet are at the ends of his arms.
Yeah, man, it's not that complicated, Stone. Angelo walks upside down to walk on his feet. Hector walks upside down on his hands.
How is someone born with feet for hands and hands for feet?
My uncle used to ask that question a lot, man. The doctors called it a genetic glitch.
That's a bit of an understatement. It also seems unfair that one twin is born with that condition.
Oopsie doodleism.
What?
Oopsie doodleism. That's the name of the condition.
Oopsie doodleism.
That's what they call it, Playboy.
Right. It seems unfair that one cousin suffers from oopsie doodleism and the other cousin was born anatomically correct.
Who, Hector?
He is the cousin with the hands and feet where they should be?
Yeah, man, but Hector wasn't anatomically correct either, Playboy.
What do you mean?
His hands and feet are normal, man, but he was born with his face on the back of his head.
Come on, Felix. Your cousin was born with his face on the back of his head?
Yeah, so even though he walked on his hands to support Angelo, he had to walk backwards to see where he's going.
He walked backwards? On his hands?
Yeah, because his face, man.
was on the back of his head. Got it.
My uncle had wooden legs.
Wooden legs?
Yeah, but he had real feet.
Wait, your uncle had wooden legs, but real feet?
Yes.
How is that possible?
I don't know. Never asked. That's just how I always knew my uncle.
Okay, supposing that is true. He certainly had to have complications.
Yeah. Termites.
Termites?
Yeah. They ate away at his legs. Because they were wood.
Let's go to break. We will be back next hour.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on Inaction News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Hello, friends. Your Inaction News team here, ready to answer another of your inquiries about common knowledge subjects.
Yeah, way to call them out on common knowledge subjects, Playboy. Might as well just say, are you stupid? We can help.
Not now, Felix. This one is from Danielle, who says, Dear Inaction News, I'm happy to say I just got my first car. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
But I've heard about changing the oil, and I don't even know where to start.
I would start at the oil pan.
Yes, Danielle, changing the oil is a vital part of maintaining the health and longevity of your car. Traditionally, mechanics would recommend changing your oil once every 3 months or 3,000 miles. But with newer technology, vehicles can last up to 5,000 or 10,000 miles before needing a change.
We always just waited until it started smoking, like my Nana. She was always chain smoking in the car, man.
That sounds terrible for both the car and you. How many cars did your family go through?
I don't have that many fingers, Playboy.
I can imagine. Anyway, keep track of how long it's been since you last changed using the odometer or trip meter on your dash. When it comes to finally changing the oil, you can seek help from a local mechanic or do it yourself.
Just make sure you get motor oil. Don't use canola oil. It does not have the same effect.
Why on earth would you think canola oil would properly lubricate an engine?
Well, we didn't. But my dad worked late, and he put Ballpark Franks in the oil reservoir to cook on his way home. Saves time and money.
You ate hot dogs cooked in an oil reservoir?
Yeah, man, we call them reservoir dogs.
Be sure to like and subscribe on all Inaction News pages on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
Oh, hi. Congratulations for being you. You have one job. Go and subscribe to the YouTube channel and social media pages at Inaction News. I did it slowly for you.
KISW and KISW HD1 Seattle. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Pinky's Plumbing Studio, you're in the men's room. Text the guys at 206-803-ROCK.
All right, coming up here at 5:08, we will drink and toast for the shot of the day. And we do have your headlines on the way at 5:50. But first, quick check-in with Mike Hawk and some of the stories and headlines he is not working on. And since he's not here, he is definitely not working on these headlines. The Finnish Air Force confirmed cadets on a training flight were disciplined for using their flight patterns to create the shapes of male genitalia in the sky. Cadets in the Air Force Reserve Office pilot course engaged in the training exercises on April 13th. The Flight Tracker Tracking Service showed at least 4 of the planes followed flight patterns that created the shapes of giant penises in the sky. Air Force representatives confirmed the pilots were disciplined for their actions. The Air Force requires soldiers to follow good manners and rules of conduct, and if these are deviated from, it will be responded to in an appropriate manner. The spokesperson said there was no danger to other air traffic during the exercise. The aircraft maintained and remained in the training area assigned to the flight mission and performed the exercises that they were given in the flight mission assignment, other than draw the penises. They said the aircraft did not deviate much from their routes.
That's our shot of the day.
Okay. Well, there you go.
But I just had a question about it because their statement is, hey, they did not deviate from the flight plan. All right, that's the official statement from the Finnish Air Force. I'm like, so if they drew the sky penises and they're being disciplined, but at the same time you're saying they did not deviate from the flight plan, then the flight plan was drawn by a higher up in the shape of a penis.
Exactly. Here's a weird one. The use of sex toys, lube, and mascara by 3 women on an unconscious drunk man at a Dirty 30-themed birthday party was put forward as good-natured fun in a court as the defense of the jury trial began in court in New Zealand. There was no dispute the incident October 1st occurred, but the jury will decide if the actions of the 3 women were indecent assaults. The women, all 32, each face 3 charges of indecently assaulting the same man who was passed out in the bed of his girlfriend's home at the time. Prosecutor said the complainant had drank too much at his girlfriend's party, gone to bed, fully clothed, to sleep it off. He said the girlfriend then and 2 of her friends then wrote lewd comments on him with a mascara pen, then used 2 sex toys, inserting them between his butt cheeks while he was asleep. There was no suggestion of penetration. However, one squirted lube onto his butt and in that area. While this was happening, one of the defendants was encouraging what was going on by taking photos and multiple videos. She posted those videos the next morning to a group chat in which they laughed and joked about the night before. She even remarked in response to the photo, "OMG, we are horrible," laughing face emoji. At one stage, the man's girlfriend had climbed on top of him, straddled his buttocks, and pretended to ride him like a horse, while another defendant filmed the interaction, and they both laughed. More lewd riding and penises were drawn on the man's back and butt. The sex toys were placed at separate times between the complainant's buttocks, one upper right, another laying vertically at the top of his pants that were being held partially down. All the time this was happening, the guy was out cold, fast asleep, and in no position to consent to what was going on, nor could anyone have an honest belief that he was consenting. They said in total, 88 photographs and videos were taken of the incident. He only pressed charges after his girlfriend broke up with him.
Oh, really?
So keep that in mind.
How recent was it?
October 1st.
But I mean, was it right after the birthday she broke up with him?
I'm not sure. It's just going to trial now, so sometime between then and now, I guess.
I mean, I don't know. To his credit, at least he got to the bathroom. Dirty 30 seems a little old for that, though.
Well, apparently it's not, Ted. Not in New Zealand.
We head down to Miami, Ted.
Oh.
A 24-year-old woman was arrested Sunday after she struck a man on the head with a glass picture frame at the popular Kiki on the River Mediterranean restaurant in downtown Miami. If you saw this girl, you would also want her to strike you in the head with a picture frame. Grace, mayor of Miami, and several people in her party were being escorted out of the venue at about 10:30 by security personnel and staff. Police said the victim was an employee and was helping escort the unruly party out of the business when the woman approached him from behind and smashed him over the back of the head with a picture frame. According to the report, there was an off-duty officer working at the restaurant who witnessed the group being escorted out, then saw the victim standing nearby with blood dripping from his head, covering his face and soaking his clothing. Police said the victim appeared distressed and was holding a cloth to his head in an attempt to control all the bleeding. The victim was treated at the scene by Miami Fire Rescue personnel. Unclear whether he was taken to a hospital or not. Now, she has been arrested on charges of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. She appeared in court on Monday, where she was ordered held at the correctional center on a $2,500 bond. The judge also ordered her to stay away from Kiki on the River Mediterranean restaurant and the victim.
I like that. You stay away from this restaurant.
Exactly.
Right, so they're hammered, beat obnoxious. He's trying to escort them out. She hits him.
Yes. Police were called in Germany when a 61-year-old man verbally and physically assaulted his neighbor. The attacker was furious because there was loud pounding of the meat, quote, as the neighbor was making schnitzel at home. He may have had a legitimate beef. It happened during quiet hours, but that's not clear. It was during dinner time. When the police showed up, the meat beater said the neighbor insulted him and slapped him in the face. No word on any charges or citations. Speaking of meat-related crimes, a guy in Florida was accused of stealing more than $100 worth of sausage from a Walmart a few weeks back. He knew what he was doing, filled a cart with 20 packages of sausage, then moved away from the surveillance cameras, loaded the meat into his backpack, walked out without paying. He left on a bike, but the cops caught up with him. Sometime down the road, he was arrested for theft. More meat news.
A lot of meat news today.
Five Guys may be the most expensive fast food chain in the country, but the food is apparently worth the price. A new survey finds America's ranked Five Guys as their top spot for a fast food burger, ahead of Burger King, In-N-Out, Wendy's, and McDonald's. Five Guys has already been shown to have a strong fan base, despite its basic little hamburger averaging about $8.25. compared with roughly $2 for standard hamburgers and other food chains. So here's how the others measured up in the burger rankings based on responses from more than 40,000 consumers. Five Guys turned out in first place. Believe it or not, Burger King almost beat them.
Really?
In second place, lost by a half point. Then comes In-N-Out Burger at third, Wendy's at fourth, McDonald's in five. When it comes to fries, however, Five Guys takes second place behind McDonald's, who 39% of people said has the best fries in the game.
I thought you had to have a drive-thru to be fast food. Like, to me, Five Guys, because you kind of sit in there, always seem more fast casual.
Yeah, I mean, it's because you're right. There's no drive-through, and I don't. When I go to Five Guys, I do not imagine I'm going to get my food as quick as McDonald's. Nor am I asking them to.
No.
Right?
Yep.
Right, and look, their price has gotten crazy, but I always kind of expected to pay more.
Sure. Well, you're right. Pay more, but good God, man, the one by us, and I'm sure it's the same everywhere. But like I said, I took me and my son. I don't remember the movie, but it's a movie he wanted to see, so I already don't want to see it. But just two of us, Five Guys, movie tickets, popcorn, whatever. Got home, told my wife, I'm like, we're like $120 lighter in the wallet.
Yep. They asked 1,000 American adults what their favorite dinosaur is. Believe it or not, this is going to piss kids off. 40% of people said they did not have a favorite dinosaur.
That's fair.
Well,
Do you?
Yes.
What?
T-Rex.
All right.
I mean, it's kind of the go-to.
Or a Brachiosaurus, because it's the biggest one.
That's actually kind of lame. Stick with the T-Rex, bro. All
right.
I'll make fun of you for the Brachiosaurus.
Most of the ones that people did pick are common ones. 24% of people said their favorite is a T-Rex. 7% picked the Brontosaurus. 6% went with Triceratops. Also, the pterodactyl got some love. Stegosaurus got some love. Brachiosaurus got 3% of the
Basically, dinosaurs that people could remember to name got the love. Like, and that's why you go T-Rex. Like, that's the first dinosaur that pops into mind, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't sit here and tell you I have a favorite dinosaur.
All right, now
Barney.
I was going to say Barney. Yeah. Say Barney.
As far as living animals, Fatu, the world's oldest gorilla living in captivity, celebrated her birthday with a feast on Monday, munching on cherry tomatoes, beets, leeks, and lettuce at the Berlin Zoo. But no birthday cake, because they say that sugar is not healthy for aging primates. Fatu, a western lowland gorilla, arrived in what was in West Berlin in 1959. She was believed to be about 2 at the time, though her exact birth date isn't known, but April 13th is the designated birthday they gave her. Now, they said gorillas can live for about 35 to 40 years in the wild.
All right.
A little bit longer in captivity. Now, Fatu became the zoo's oldest resident in 2024, following the tragic death of Ingo, the flamingo. The bird was believed to be 75 and had lived at the zoo since 1955.
Poor Ingo.
Now, Fatu, they say, was likely born in the wild in Western Africa, but the story goes that a French sailor took her out of Africa and bartered her to cover his bar tab in France, according to the Guinness World Records.
Now, it's going to throw this out there. I own a bar. You can't pay your tab, but you go, hey, look. I can make this even. I will trade you a baby gorilla. I'm not taking that deal.
A French animal trader then reportedly sold her to the zoo. Now, these days, Fatou lives in an enclosure on her own, prefers to keep her distance from the zoo's other gorillas in her old age.
She's old to me.
She's lost most all of her teeth. She suffers from a touch of arthritis and hearing loss. But Christian Oss, the Berlin Zoo primate supervisor, said that she's friendly with the zookeepers, if still sometimes just a bit stubborn. Monday, Fatou turned
69.
69 years old. 69 years old.
Hey, that's an old person. Leave her alone.
I think that's exactly right.
I got no teeth. I can barely hear you.
Let her have a little sugar.
Yeah.
She had to live.
No kidding. At that point, like, okay, just give her sugar. It's fine.
She lived through the Cold War.
And you worried she's going to die?
They say when you head into the woods during spring turkey season, you expect a gobbler to come strutting in, but don't forget there's other animals out there in the woods that also like to eat turkeys. Just ask a 19-year-old Wisconsin hunter named Carson Bender, whose now viral video shows a routine morning hunt turning into something straight out of a nature documentary. So Bender was set up on private land in Nakusa, Wisconsin, working a textbook, they say, turkey hunt. He had decoys out in the hayfield, birds gobbling from multiple directions, and several turkeys already moving his way. I had been gobbling from a couple different directions, he said. Before long.
I bet he has.
Yeah. He said, man, those birds were in the field working their way towards me, then things got weird. Instead of turning around and risking spooking the turkeys behind him, Bender raised his phone and flipped on the camera to check behind him. I pan over with the phone, and this huge bobcat is right behind me, staring at me. I was like, uh-oh. The bobcat crept closer, clearly locked in on what it thought might be an easy meal.
Sure.
Thinking he could be a turkey.
Have you seen this video?
Yes.
Yeah.
For nearly a minute, it studied Bender, trying to figure out exactly what it was dealing with. Then it made its move. The cat lunged, grabbed Bender's arm, and just as quickly, the hunter shook it off and the animal bolted. Found out I'm good at calling cats as I am turkeys, he said. Missed a bird 3 minutes later at 35 yards.
Oh, damn.
Then I had to head to the doctor's office just to fix up all these scratches that are on my shoulder.
That bobcat, it was just as shocked there was a human there as he was to see that bobcat.
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one last story for you. A Harvard study of nearly 16,000 ancient human remains found that red hair genes are actually spreading, meaning natural selection has been quietly rooting for redheads this entire time. Since the study looked at old remains, it's not new as far as the shift goes, but looking at trends over a large number of years can show how humans are evolving, slowly yet, but over time. Now, nobody knows for sure why redheads may be becoming more common, but scientists think being ginger may have been genuinely advantageous
Thumbnails.
around 4,000 years ago. Or it could be more random, with those genes just coming along for the ride, with another important trait. Some other trends that were noticed. Humans have evolved a greater immunity from male pattern baldness, arthritis, leprosy, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia. The bad news, celiac disease and Crohn's disease have increased in prominence, probably because in the past, people with those just died younger. They say you'll probably won't notice any major shifts during your lifetime, but if you are a ginger, the next time you hear a redhead joke, you can smile and say evolution's got your back. Specifically,
that's a comeback.
The top.
Evolution has my
head.
back.
That'll shut them up.
That really will.
And it's kind of got all our backs. That's why we're walking around without tails.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We got your headlines coming up at 5:50, but first, Ted, and we made it to drinking time.
Somebody out there deserves to be recognized. And the men's room knows just who it is. So to you, we say, bottoms up, sailor. You're the toast of our shot of the day.
Drink time it is, and as usual, we head to the drink test and Steve and Thrill Hill to find out who we're toasting.
Yes, indeed, and we just covered this, but it's worth repeating. Today, we toast 4 pilots with the Air Force of Finland, and in related news, Finland has an Air Force. So earlier this month, our 4 honorees, they engaged in a training exercise. They took off from their base in Tekakoski. I'm sure I said that wrong. They remained in the training area assigned to the flight mission and performed the exercises given in the flight mission assignment. Just let that ring true. The aircraft did not deviate from their route. Okay, that is a statement from the Finnish Air Force. Again, I just want to repeat that. They remained in the training area assigned to the flight mission and performed the exercises given in the flight mission assignment. The aircraft did not deviate from the route. That's the official word from the Finnish Air Force. Yet, in spite of that assurance, the 4 pilots are being disciplined because they use the flight patterns to create giant sky penises. Now, look, I'm just trying. Why? And they're being disciplined, by the way. What is the point of that statement that, hey, they didn't deviate from the flight path? Those are their words, not mine. They did exactly what they were assigned to do, and so they flew in the shape of a penis, which that tells me is that a higher up designed a flight pattern to be a penis. Because again, by the Air Force's standard, they did not deviate. They did exactly what they were assigned to do. But either way, whether it's a higher up or the 4 pilots taking it on themselves, I think it's hilarious.
Finish.
Yeah.
More like the fetish.
Finish. Yeah, finish.
Fetish Air Force. I mean, that is kind of odd. Like, they didn't deviate that much. They still could draw them.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They finished the assignment.
Yes, they did. So we pour this booze, and we drink this booze because we think it's yummy.
Yummy.
So over the tongue and down the throat to party in our tummies. Down the hola bichola.
All right, let's get a contestant on the line now for Profile This, 206-803-ROCK. Profile This is next. All right, you guys think it's a right or a...
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here. Exclusively on Inaction News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, a man in China continues to make headlines as he pursues his goal of climbing the 50 most popular mountains in China.
Why is that a headline? My uncle tried to visit all 503 Piggly Wiggly supermarkets in the U.S. He's not on the news.
Why is your uncle trying to visit all the Piggly Wigglies?
I don't know, man. Uncle Bernard's always been a little crazy.
Well, the man in China might be a little crazy too because he plans to climb each of the 50 mountains on his hands.
On his hands, man.
On his hands. He's already climbed the highest peak of the Wudang Mountains, as well as the Tiananmen Mountain, which he climbed in 5 hours.
I have to tell my cousin Angelo about this guy.
Why would your cousin Angelo care?
Angelo walks upside down, too.
Why does he walk upside down?
Not much choice, Playboy. He was born with hands where his feet should be and feet at the end of his arms, so he walks upside down so that he can walk on his feet.
Your cousin has feet at the end of his arms?
And hands where his feet should be.
Your cousin has feet at the ends of his arms and walks upside down so that he's walking on his feet? That's what you're telling me.
That's what I'm telling you, man. His twin brother Hector, he was born normal. So to show solidarity, he walks on his hands.
You have twin cousins. One of them with feet for hands, the other with a normal body.
Yeah.
And the cousin with the normal body...
Hector.
Yes, Hector walks on his hands like a handstand to show solidarity with his brother who has to walk upside down because his feet are at the ends of his arms.
Yeah, man, it's not that complicated, Stone. Angelo walks upside down to walk on his feet. Hector walks upside down on his hands.
How is someone born with feet for hands and hands for feet?
My uncle used to ask that question a lot, man. The doctors called it a genetic glitch.
That's a bit of an understatement. It also seems unfair that one twin is born with that condition.
Oopsie-doodleism.
What?
Oopsie-doodleism. That's the name of the condition.
Oopsie-doodleism.
That's what they call it, Playboy.
Right. It seems unfair that one cousin suffers from oopsie-doodleism and the other cousin was born anatomically correct.
Who, Hector?
He is the cousin with the hands and feet where they should be?
Yeah, man, but Hector wasn't anatomically correct either, Playboy.
What do you mean?
His hands and feet are normal, man, but he was born with his face on the back of his head.
Come on, Felix. Your cousin was born with his face on the back of his head?
Yeah, so even though he walked on his hands to support Angelo, he had to walk backwards to see where he's going.
He walked backwards on his hands?
Yeah, because his face, man,
was on the back of his head. Got it.
My uncle had wooden legs.
Wooden legs?
Yeah, but he had real feet.
Wait, your uncle had wooden legs, but real feet?
Yes.
How is that possible?
I don't know. Never asked. That's just how I always knew my uncle.
Okay, supposing that is true, he certainly had to have complications.
Yeah. Termites.
Termites?
Yeah. They ate away at his legs. Because they were wood.
Let's go to break. We will be back next hour.
Oh, hi. Congratulations for being you. You have one job. Go and subscribe to the YouTube channel and social media pages at Inaction News. I did it slowly for you.
And Stephen Throwhill
presents Profile This.
And Stephen Throwhill, could you please serve everyone on Profile This is Played?
Oh, it sure can, Miles. It's a simple game where we share with you a real-life news story. Something that happened right here on planet Earth. And as you listen to the story, based on the stereotypes you believe to be true of people and the decisions that people make, we'll ask you what it is you think makes the story a story. Hello, Roberto. Welcome to the men's room.
Well, hello, gentlemen. How you doing?
Hola. Is this Roberto, our daring friend?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
I'm back home from being on the road, and it's good to be home with the family.
All right, look, before we get to this, we've been wanting to ask you a question for like 1 or 2 weeks now. Would it be possible to have sex on a unicycle? If one person's riding, do you think that can be done?
You know, I've never done that. My wife does not unicycle, but there is a guy that actually, I believe, him and his wife got married on a unicycle, and from what I've heard, I think they've done the deed on the on one wheel.
Thank you. Okay. I knew it was. I'm not saying I could do it. I just knew it was possible to do. It's very important to me. All right, Roberto, you understand how this here game is played?
Yes, sir.
All right, today you have your choice of one of two stories. And today we offer you Bite Me. In other words, what did someone find in their food? And finally today, License to Spill, where you guess the substance responsible for creating the mess.
Well, I'm familiar with both of those things, so let's go Bite Me.
All right, a Japanese steakhouse in Florida. They had to close after something unexpected was found in the customer's food. Nico Japanese Steakhouse has shut down following an investigation into a customer's feeling ill from the food that they ate at the restaurant. So last month, the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office, they said it opened an investigation with 7 patrons. 7 of them reportedly were taken to area hospitals for treatment. Now, officials of the Santa Rosa County It confirmed that the food in question at the restaurant did test positive in a negative kind of way. Authorities said through their investigation, criminal charges were not being pursued. They stated there was a lack of witness information or evidence to suggest that anything intentional or unintentional occurred. Now, the restaurant reopened after the incident, but management said their business has never really returned after they were forced to close. They said for their part, they cooperated with authorities throughout the investigation. They say they've been investigated, searched, questioned, while fully cooperating at all times. It's all we could do. Anyway, Nico Japanese Steakhouse, it was in business for more than 10 years. The problem is 7 people get sick on one trip. And keep in mind, 7 different people. It wasn't one table.
Okay.
So the question is, what was in their food that made people sick? Was it mold? Was it rat droppings? Was it meth? Or was it a used Band-Aid? Mold, rat droppings, meth, or a used Band-Aid?
Well, this is in Florida, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. A Band-Aid's not going to get that many people sick.
Unless it falls into a sauce or a soup.
Did you see where in Florida?
Right.
Santa Rosa Beach.
Santa Rosa.
I have no idea. Is that South Florida?
That is
Central?
west of Panama, up in the panhandle below Alabama.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That changes it.
And then the first one was what?
Mold.
Rat droppings.
Mold, rat droppings, meth, or a used Band-Aid.
You know, panhandle. I'm saying meth.
You gonna go meth?
I'm with Roberta. Once you said it was in the panhandle, I was like, this is meth.
I'm going mold.
All right.
It's humid as hell there. I'm going to run an air conditioner 24 hours a day just to keep the mold away.
Yeah.
No kidding. So what was in the food? Mold, rat droppings, meth, or a used Band-Aid? We'll find out next.
That was a tease.
Go ahead.
You are listening to The Men's Room.
You're listening to the Men's Room. KISW.
Categories by me on Profile This as we head to a Japanese steakhouse in Florida. They had to close after something was found in the customer's food.
Yes.
7 people were taken to the hospital in the area. Question is, why did the restaurant have to close down based on what was in their food? Was it mold, rat droppings, meth, or a used Band-Aid?
And Roberto, that is the question that we pose to you. Let us start with Miles Montgomery. With mold, and look, you're not wrong. It is Florida. Definitely keep the air conditioning flowing because you will have a mold problem. They took care of the mold problem, but Roberto, you agree with D. Ted Smith. Both the guys said meth. Ted, you just based it on where it's located in Florida.
100%.
Yeah, because you're very judgmental. And correct.
Wow.
Because that's what they do. Yeah. So
Yeah, Roberto was with me.
the thing is, they don't believe that anyone at the restaurant intentionally introduced meth. All right. So the way the cops are doing this, like, look, someone at your restaurant dropped meth into the food. We do not believe they did it on purpose with the intent of hurting someone. Someone lost their stash.
Oh.
Right? Whatever their bag was. Obviously, they're not going to come forward. So if they can find that individual, they will press charges. But with the restaurant, they go like, look, and ain't you guys, so maybe reevaluate who you have working in the kitchen.
Everybody in that kitchen knows.
Everyone knows whose method was.
Or at least has a good idea.
They know.
The sweaty guy. Now for all TV news all the time, and it's time for TV Time with Ted.
And now, because your pathetic life is confined to countless hours in front of a talking box, the Men's Room presents TV Time with Ted.
All right, yesterday was 420, so I had a list there talking about classic stoner movies. I myself went Hot Tub Time Machine.
How was it?
You know, it's good. It had a lot more to do. I hate to admit this because that movie's from, what, 2010? 2007?
Something like that.
I don't think I've ever actually seen the whole movie.
I have not either.
Yeah. It's it's got more to it than just...
Than the name would suggest?
Correct. There was other, like... It's a stupid movie, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
It's a stupid, fun comedy. But yeah, there was a couple... I was like, oh, I didn't see it ending this way. But
all right.
Yeah.
That's good. That's cool for a comedy.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit different than I expected, but it was, I would say it was perfect for that kind of evening. I'm sure a lot of people got hungry yesterday. They might have been watching a silly movie. We're good news. It's going to be a new movie about hungry hippos, Mouse.
The board game.
Right. So about 14 years ago, Hasbro announced it was developing a movie based on the game. Still hasn't happened. But there's a new horror movie about a killer hippo, and it's called Hungry. Jesus Christ. All right. I like it. The tagline is, this hippo isn't playing games.
They are not. I mean, look, you don't have to sell anybody on a hippo.
Yeah. Notoriously badass.
Yeah. And I get it, right? They're trying to capitalize on it, on the what it is and this and that. It hits on demand and digital platforms of June 23rd. But it is kind of funny.
If it's a stupid take on a horror movie, then
I'll probably watch it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't
if it's like a Sharknado thing or whatever, like, okay, I'll give it a shot.
Right. I mean, wasn't Cujo just about some giant dog that, like, attacked people?
But that was more on a horror tip. Like, they were trying to scare you with this dog.
And they did.
We know that this is a little bit more tongue-in-cheek, but you obviously know that a hippo could rip you in half.
Correct.
Right. Like, the one I have not, because you brought up Sharknado, I've seen like 2 of those. The one I have not watched that I need to see is Zombievers. Right? Same general premise, like, they're zombie beavers, they're zombievers. I'm like, how? I know it's going to be bad, but how could it possibly be bad? Right? All at the same time.
Right. So, again, horror movie. Now, I like this here. They say the trailer contradicts itself. Because it's a guy in the film says, quote, hippos are vegetarian. He ain't killing you to eat you. He's hungry for fun. So they're like, well, it's not hungry. It's like, well, listen, all right.
Let's not.
It's supposed to scare you thinking it's just killing you for fun. But I don't think outside of going on an African safari or going to Colombia or Colombia now. Yeah. Like generally when you think of hippos, you think of hungry hippos.
They're seriously trying. They tried last year to spade and neuter them.
Yeah, have fun with that.
This year they are trying to capture them and find a place for them.
Correct.
Good luck with that, because the enclosure that you would have to build would be one of the most fortified. It also has to involve water.
Why aren't they shooting them? And I'm not being mean, but it's an invasive species.
So here's the deal, right? Because I watched this whole special on them. right? So first of all, they were like, they're not going to get out of where he had them. They did. Then it was like, they're all related. They won't procreate. They did. But then they also just have a perfect spot, right? Like the vegetation. It's all the stuff they love.
Okay.
But they can't send them back to Africa because they have different stuff in their body that could wipe out every hippo that ever existed. Yep. So then they started just kind of killing them. And then some people were like, that's not fair. You can't just kill the hippos. So they've tried a few different techniques. And one of them was like, hey, well, spay, neuter, castrate them basically.
But like David
but it's
said,
super
with the male
expensive.
hippo,
yeah,
like the genitalia of a male hippo, it's not exposed. So it's not like you tranquilize them and chop stuff off. Like you have to dig up in their guts to find it. And even then, apparently, it's not a guarantee that you're going to find it, even if you go looking.
Right. Plus, it's dangerous, and the cost is unreal to do this to these animals. Plus, it's not safe to even just go in the rivers to try to find them. Right. And there's a whole slew of issues with it. Right. There's some areas down there where people are given tours. Look, I don't want anything. It's like I don't want to kill animals, but I'm with you on this one. It's like they're not supposed to be there.
It's an invasive
A drug lord brought them in.
Right.
I think it's okay to get rid of these.
The drug lord brought them in to brag that he had the money to do it. Right? There's no real purpose to. And look, this is not about taking out animals. Like generally speaking, that's not what I want to do. But in this case, like. They're 9,000 miles away from where they should be. It's an invasive species, and it's effing with everything else in that ecosystem because, frankly, nothing really messes with the hippo. There's just no natural predator.
You can't do anything with it when you kill it, so you can't eat it.
And they're inbreeding, so they got to be getting dumber.
Which says a lot.
Yeah. And Miles and you're right. There's nothing there that can stop. There's nothing that can do it to a hippo. So it's just, they're just loving life. This is great.
Does anything even mess with the hippo in Africa? Right? The crocodiles don't. They're sharing water.
Crocodiles don't either?
But I feel like they even recognize, hippos are angry and they're big and they're badass, right? So, even the crocodiles are kind of like, just don't mess with them.
Maybe it's just the temperature of where they live. They can only go so far. There's got to be something that keeps them within a given region. Because you don't hear
inbreeding.
Yeah, well, generally you don't hear about the hippos going crazy. These one in Colombia, though, they're like hybrid hippos. I think they might start running into towns.
You don't know. And the more you inbreed something, it doesn't make anything better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Look, you can't go back and change things in the past, right? Nope. But obviously, once you had Escobar out of the country, or especially once he's dead, somebody should have been smart enough to go over there and just get rid of those hippos.
I don't think, but like you said, they're not going to expand. So if a quote-unquote expert tells me that, I go, well, all right, man, they're not going to expand. Well, they did.
Right, well, and I think they had them in like a contained area. So they were like, look, Escobar built all this. We might as well make like a zoo. You can come and check them out. Yeah. But again, whatever they thought could contain the hippos, they were just wrong. They've been wrong about these hippos since they showed up there.
It's funny. You bring up, you can't go back in the past and change things. So this guy ran this idea by me at a bar, right? Because everyone always says that. And like, what if you found out we've been going back to the past to change things, and this is the best case scenario? So he said, imagine if there were four guys, Hitler was the least destructive of the four. So the three we don't know about would have been worse than him, right? These hippos, right, we went back in time and got rid of the lions. The lion, that was a nightmare scenario. So we left you with the hippos. Like anything bad going, no. We went back in time. This is the best we got out of it. I was like, man, that's depressing. He's like, it's just a thought.
Yeah.
But you could find out, you're some time traveler. You go back I want to take out Hitler. And they're like, yeah, listen, man, these three kids over there, significantly worse. Wow. He's the best one out of that.
According to Hot Tub Time Machine,
thank you. Yeah,
you can change a couple things in the past and see how it works. I guess right. Everybody's worried about the butterfly effect, but there's some good stuff to come out of it too. I guess I don't know. That is kind of wild. It'd be interesting to see too. What if these giant animals right? Like we were talking about raccoons earlier, right?
Yeah.
In the city, like you're saying, they're fat, they're lazy, what if lions all of a sudden showed up in a major city, and then after a while they just started eating trash?
They're just like dumpster divers. They go out and just yell at them. And
they do show up in towns a lot.
Yeah.
Where my daughter lived in Namibia, there was a guy who was slaughtered by one when he went out to take a pee at night. You read the story.
Yeah.
That was 30 miles away from where my daughter lived.
He stepped outside
that was in
to take
town.
a leak.
He was not in a tent. He was in a domicile. He was in like a hotel, like a Airbnb.
That's wild.
Yeah, he was just outside smoking, I guess. Went to take a pee in the bushes, and the damn thing ate him.
So let's see. We've recently passed the Masters, which is one of the biggest. Is that the biggest golf tournament there is?
I would say it is. It's at least advertised as it is, as far as general public.
Right. It's the same course. I think that's what makes it unique.
Correct.
You know,
and there's other
goes to different
majors,
places.
but that seems to be the one that everybody seems to care about.
The Open goes to different places in England.
Right. But obviously, a very expensive thing to do.
Sure.
Very exclusive to be a member at Augusta. So this is the list of the most expensive sports in the world. Now, the last one on the list, I was kind of shocked by it, but lacrosse.
Is this about buying the equipment and all that kind of thing, or like what do they base this on?
So this one is basically just about playing like on these clubs.
Okay.
So it's the least expensive sport?
Of the expensive
ones.
Okay.
Right? Like they don't have like baseball's not on the list. You don't have like
this is like polo.
Football.
This is like polo and stuff like that.
There's a few more. Now the problem is that a lot of it that made this list, like lacrosse, is simply because of these travel teams, right? And I get it. It is good. The kids had a higher competition, but it is crazy to me in this country we've turned kids playing sports into like a money-making racket. I mean, it's just unreal.
In this country, if you can find a way to make it a money-making racket, you will.
Right. We've done it with soccer and yet have produced stars.
And what's funny is with soccer, like, it doesn't cost much.
Is it like sailing, like World Cup stuff?
So golf's next on the list. That's simply just because the equipment and
the price of playing.
Right. It costs money to go play. It costs money. I will say, when I played 1 year JV golf at DeMatha, there was a course by our house where if you were a high school student, you could go. You had to take a test to prove, like, this isn't your first time playing golf. And then they would give you these junior memberships that basically you could walk on and play Twilight if members weren't playing. You know what I mean? So it was a good way that kids could actually go and play golf without spending a ton of money.
Right.
So it'll shock you, Miles. That course is closed now.
I bet.
Triathlon and cycling makes the list. Basically, just if you want a real bike to do that,
$6,000.
Right. They even say a good triathlon suit can cost $500.
Jesus.
I mean, that doesn't include that. Hockey's on the list.
Yep. Again,
Equipment's a lot. You got to travel around. But again, this is a travel team thing, and that's what they do. Like, now look, hockey, they did it. It worked for the junior club for U.S. hockey. Obviously, that program's thriving right now. Equestrian.
Well, sure.
Right.
Personally, I'm going to throw volleyball in there. Look, all I got to do is buy his uniform. He has a bag. But buying airline tickets and hotels, like, this adds up through the course of the year.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like, literally, what he needs to play does not cost much. You got your jersey, you got your shorts, you got your bag, and everything else costs a fortune.
This one won't shock you. We're talking about most expensive sports in the world. Alpine skiing.
Yeah.
Polo makes the list. Look, if anything involves a horse,
oh my God,
it's going to be expensive. Right? They say elite sailing.
Again, yeah, because you need a sailboat, especially if it's elite. I like that they separate. Oh, no, not ghetto sailing. We're saying elite sailing.
Yeah.
Well, right. And if you're just going around on a sailboat.
The Dennis Conner kind of thing. Like that,
Yeah,
that
correct.
level of just crazy.
And then number one is just auto racing. The annual, right? I mean, the annual budget for an F1 team is expected to hit $215 million this year.
Jesus.
They say even national level of kart racing can cost $50,000. I mean, hell, I told you I started watching that show on drag racing. And even that, like, to find sponsors and everything, a lot of these people are only going to be able to drive in a few races a year.
For one little sticker.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I like it. Right?
Sure,
I obviously like watching it, but it is wild. And some of those sports are just crazy expensive there. And then, frankly, everything's getting more expensive. I got to have every streaming service just to watch, say, NBA playoffs that are back in action.
They are on tonight. Thank you, Tim. We appreciate it. You're listening to the Men's Room.
coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on Inaction News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Tonight, a man in China continues to make headlines as he pursues his goal of climbing the 50 most popular mountains in China.
Why is that a headline? My uncle tried to visit all 503 Piggly Wiggly supermarkets in the U.S. He's not on the news.
Why is your uncle trying to visit all the Piggly Wigglies?
I don't know, man. Uncle Bernard's always been a little crazy.
Well, the man in China might be a little crazy too, because he plans to climb each of the 50 mountains on his hands.
On his hands, man.
On his hands. He's already climbed the highest peak of the Wudang Mountains, as well as the Tiananmen Mountain, which he climbed in 5 hours.
I have to tell my cousin Angelo about this guy.
Why would your cousin Angelo care?
Angelo walks upside down, too.
Why does he walk upside down?
Not much choice, Playboy. He was born with hands where his feet should be and feet at the end of his arms, so he walks upside down so that he can walk on his feet.
Your cousin has feet at the end of his arms?
And hands where his feet should be.
Your cousin has feet at the ends of his arms and walks upside down so that he's walking on his feet? That's what you're telling me.
That's what I'm telling you, man. His twin brother Hector, he was born normal. So to show solidarity, he walks on his hands.
You have twin cousins. One of them with feet for hands, the other with a normal body.
Yeah.
And the cousin with the normal body...
Hector.
Yes, Hector walks on his hands like a handstand to show solidarity with his brother who has to walk upside down because his feet are at the ends of his arms.
Yeah, man, it's not that complicated, Stone. Angelo walks upside down to walk on his feet. Hector walks upside down on his hands.
How is someone born with feet for hands and hands for feet?
My uncle used to ask that question a lot, man. The doctors called it a genetic glitch.
That's a bit of an understatement. It also seems unfair that one twin is born with that condition.
Oopsie-doodleism.
What?
Oopsie-doodleism. That's the name of the condition.
Oopsie-doodleism.
That's what they call it, Playboy.
Right. It seems unfair that one cousin suffers from oopsie-doodleism and the other cousin was born anatomically correct.
Who, Hector?
He is the cousin with the hands and feet where they should be?
Yeah, man, but Hector wasn't anatomically correct either, Playboy.
What do you mean?
His hands and feet are normal, man, but he was born with his face on the back of his head.
Come on, Felix. Your cousin was born with his face on the back of his head?
Yeah, so even though he walked on his hands to support Angelo, he had to walk backwards to see where he's going.
He walked backwards? On his hands?
Yeah, because his face, man,
was on the back of his head. Got it.
My uncle had wooden legs.
Wooden legs?
Yeah, but he had real feet.
Wait, your uncle had wooden legs, but real feet?
Yes.
How is that possible?
I don't know. Never asked. That's just how I always knew my uncle.
Okay, supposing that is true. He certainly had to have complications.
Yeah. Termites.
Termites?
Yeah. They ate away at his legs. Because they were wood.
Let's go to break. We will be back next hour.
From coast to coast and around the world. If it's not important, you'll hear it here, exclusively on Inaction News. Here now are Stone Ledbetter and Felix Foxworthy.
Hello, friends. Your Inaction News team here, ready to answer another of your inquiries about common knowledge subjects.
Yeah, way to call them out on common knowledge subjects, Playboy. Might as well just say, are you stupid? We can help.
Not now, Felix. This one is from Danielle, who says, Dear Inaction News, I'm happy to say I just got my first car. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
But I've heard about changing the oil, and I don't even know where to start.
I would start at the oil pan.
Yes, Danielle, changing the oil is a vital part of maintaining the health and longevity of your car. Traditionally, mechanics would recommend changing your oil once every 3 months or 3,000 miles. But with newer technology, vehicles can last up to 5,000 or 10,000 miles before needing a change.
We always just waited until it started smoking, like my nana. She was always chain smoking in the car, man.
That sounds terrible for both the car and you. How many cars did your family go through?
I don't have that many fingers, Playboy.
I can imagine. Anyway, keep track of how long it's been since you last changed using the odometer or trip meter on your dash. When it comes to finally changing the oil, you can seek help from a local mechanic or do it yourself.
Just make sure you get motor oil. Don't use canola oil. It does not have the same effect.
Why on earth would you think canola oil would properly lubricate an engine?
Well, we didn't. But my dad worked late, and he put Ballpark Franks in the oil reservoir to cook on his way home. Saves time and money.
You ate hot dogs cooked in an oil reservoir?
Yeah, man, we call them reservoir dogs.
Be sure to like and subscribe on all Inaction News pages on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Hello, everyone. This has been an Inaction News broadcast, a Comedia Dysfunction. Watch all Inaction News videos, new and old, on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/@inactionnews.
And make sure you like and subscribe, man. And be sure to follow us on all your favorite social media platforms at Inaction News.
Room returns with Miles and Thrill. Now, let's see what's happening in the real world.
All right, here we go. Starbucks says their new headquarters will be in the coffee capital of the world, Nashville, Tennessee. We stay in Nashville, not good when two planes are fighting for the same runway. We can all agree. Famous Spanish bullfighter might have some trouble going number 2. You might not like cocaine, but apparently salmon sure do. And a teacher in Florida threatens to have sex with her students. It is time for your headlines.
Now, it's time to hit the headlines. Here's my cock.
Yes, it's Thrill. All right, Starbucks announced that it will invest $100 million to expand operations with the new headquarters in Nashville. So the announcement said the company has major plans for its new corporate office where it will employ as many as 2,000 people over the next several years in a variety of quote-unquote corporate-related operations. So anticipation has been building around what the move could mean for its long-standing headquarters here in Seattle. Well, the company has indicated its Nashville office will house sourcing operation teams, citing access to talent, closer proximity to key suppliers as major advantages. Now, despite concerns, some experts say the move does not signal a major shift away from Seattle. Yesterday's news release referred to Seattle as the company's global headquarters, meaning you can still walk in and order your venti iced Americano 5 shots decaf with almond milk, extra ice, 8 honey, 7 matcha, double blended, double cupped. That's a real order. I Googled it. I don't know what you get with that, so I order a venti iced Americano 5 shots decaf with almond milk, extra ice, 8 honey, 7 matcha, double blended, double cupped. All I know is that I have a large drink that's double cupped. I have no idea what I'm drinking.
I think a venti would always have 4 shots, so you're already adding an extra shot.
I guess. By the way, I just put what's the most obnoxious Starbucks order. That was one of them. So if you order that, know that your barista wants to stab you in the eye with a fork. Speaking of Nashville, 2 Southwest jets in Nashville, they got far closer than anyone would like, and federal officials, they want to know why. FAA said it's investigating a close call in which 2 Southwest flights ended up within 500 feet of vertical separation, essentially stacked above one another at Nashville International Airport. So Southwest Flight 507, it was attempting to land in gusty winds. Pilots opted to go around. During that maneuver, air traffic control gave instructions to that jet put on a potential collision path with Southwest Flight 1152, which was taking off from a parallel runway. So not only were they stacked on top of each other, they're coming from different directions. Well, luckily, cockpit warning signs on both planes triggered the most serious type of alarm, effectively telling pilots they were on the collision course and to act immediately. So the planes had to take evasive action to avoid collision. Their point is we're investigating this because at no point did air traffic control tell them, hey, abort or move.
It's only a matter of time.
Yeah,
it is only a matter of time. And that's horrible, but it's going to happen. I mean, we read this stuff every week.
Every day. And right now, most of it is on the pilots and on the warning systems, not air traffic control saying, oh, F, hey, man, don't do that.
That's crazy.
But more fun in the friendly skies. Delta Airlines Flight 188 traveling from Incheon International Airport in South Korea to Atlanta. It was diverted right here to Seattle after a suspicious package was reported on board. So the flight has already taken off. Now they've determined there's a suspicious package. So the flight, which is regularly scheduled, it was diverted to Seattle around 10:30 yesterday morning. Now, Delta released a statement that the diversion was initiated after reports of a suspicious package on board, with the flight crew making the decision out of an abundance of caution. But after landing at SeaTac, the plane was staged on taxiway Tango on the airfield. Passengers were deplaned to buses while investigators assessed and swept the aircraft, only to determine there was nothing wrong with that package. So everyone's flight was delayed by about
They had to go back
6
through
hours.
customs.
They had to go back through customs.
The whole deal.
Get back on the plane.
God, what a pain in the ass.
All right, last week we had the story of a so-called parenting influencer accidentally running over her own child. Now a fitness influencer drowns during an Ironman triathlon. So a Brazilian fitness influencer, she died during the Ironman triathlon in Texas. Authorities identified the athlete as 38-year-old Mara Araujo. She went missing during the swim portion of the Ironman Texas in Lake Woodlands near Houston, where her body was found about an hour and a half later at the bottom of the lake in about 10 feet of water. Now, they say she was an experienced triathlete with at least 9 prior events and more than 60,000 Instagram followers. Previous social media posts showed her with Ironman finisher medals in hand. Preliminary findings indicate that she drowned. You don't say.
It's the most dangerous part of the race, not from the fact that you're going to drown. People get really, really bunched up. Even if you go watch the ones like at Seward Park and stuff, and I've been down there and check that stuff out. People get kicked in the head. When people get out of the water, they have been kicked in the head. They've been kicked in the jaw. You take one on the button from somebody's foot who's trying to swim as fast as they can, and you're just knocked out. So typically they have rowboats out there and everything else, lifeguards that are on every single position to watch people. But I mean, dude, there's 300-400 people.
Yeah, I was going to say, what are you going to do? Yeah, so she did not make it.
Yeah.
Speaking of performing badly in your chosen profession, a top Spanish bullfighter, one Jose Camacho, better known for his ring name as Moriente de la Puebla. He was competing in the 4th bull fight of the afternoon and is going against a bull named Clandestino. This happened in Seville, Spain. Well, Morante, dubbed by many publications as, quote, the king of bullfighters. He was competing during the 10th event at the popular April Fair when he was gored by the bull. Now, whatever you're imagining, imagine something different. He was trying to control the bull when it charged at his chest, knocking him down. However, as he tried to evade the bull, one of the bull's horns caught him in the anus. The anus, his leather Cheerio, the balloon, not the fart box. Now, video of the incident showed the bullhorn connect with his backside, but the extent of the injury, as they say, was not visible other than a tear in his pants. Well, he was rushed to the hospital, and a medical report revealed the extent of his injuries following a 2-hour surgery. The report said the bullhorn wound up in the posterior anal margin with a trajectory of about 10 centimeters, partially damaging the anal sphincter muscles with a perforation of the posterior wall. Basically, it gave him a new butthole.
Yeah.
That is essentially what happened there.
I mean, that is crazy that happened.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, that just...
Is it?
Because it knocked him down, all right?
Right. Then it tried to pick him up with its head.
Yeah, well, he kind of rolled over to get up, and that the horn.
Right up the...
Oh, yeah, right up the keister. All right, you know what? And one thing to know, if you like salmon, just know a lot of them are high on cocaine.
Good times. Who's Next Less is up tomorrow. The lovely Jolene is up in just seconds.
Yes, indeed. It's all true. But in the meantime, well, we be all about this bitch. So until tomorrow, please do what you do best. And for Aletha's sake, stay beautiful.
The
Men's Room has been taped before a live studio audience. Wardrobe and makeup provided by Mantastic Limited. This has been a presentation of the Men's Room Radio Network.
Oh, man!
A Double Flush production. Portions of the following program have been pre-recorded.
It's the Big Rock Show with Joe Lee.